Good afternoon. Welcome to Drive Time Sports here on the Buzz Radio Network. Rick Schaeffer standing by in Northwest Arkansas today from the SEC Football Media Days in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Randy Rainwater. Thanks to First Security Bank, banking with people you know and people you know you can count on. And thanks to UAMS, the official orthopedics and sports medicine provider for the Arkansas athletes. And then Kaufman by Design West. When you count on Kaufman, you count on service, satisfaction, and always savings. Good afternoon, Mr. Rick Schaeffer.
Well, good afternoon, Randy Rainwater. You having another great day there in Nashville?
Yeah, it's been a fun day. It's been a busy day.
Yeah.
This was, you kind of get Greg Sankey on day one, and then you basically go from there to the afternoon breakout. We only have 3 schools involved. And then today you get the full complement. 4 schools. You have the director of officials for the Southeastern Conference, John McDade. And then on the podium today, Georgia, Auburn, Mississippi State, and Vanderbilt. So it was a fun day, and it's still ongoing. I just had to draw the line in the sand and say I got to go to work. And but it's still ongoing. But you can kind of feel things are kind of going, I wouldn't say downhill, but they're just kind of tapering off for the day. So
for the day. Okay. Yeah, you got 2 more big days. Good. Well,
2
where are David
days.
Basil? Where are David Basil and Roger Scott?
They're not here right now.
Well, you were on with that. You were on with all of us this morning, so I thought they were coming on with us today.
I got to tell you, Rick, you get, I have to admit this, you do get a level of appreciation. Now, I just did it so far this morning. Now, if David wants me to come back tomorrow and Thursday, I'll do it again.
Yeah.
But the alarm went off at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like, you're at the start line as a sprinter. You're doing the 100 meters. And instead, you're running like you're going to have a sprint race when you really kind of needed to pace yourself. You really got a mile run. And, it's I did kind of wear down towards the end. So
you did. Did you stay on the whole show with them?
I did from 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. I did 7 o'clock until 10 o'clock. A regular 3 hours.
3 hours.
What would be our regular 3-hour show? Yeah.
Wow. Goodness. Well, that was awfully nice of you to do that. Well, okay. Well, David was on with us for 30 minutes yesterday. I thought he and Roger were going to come on with us today.
Yeah.
But Roger naps. Roger naps about this time, he said.
Yeah. I really didn't want to push it. So
okay. Plus, you got lots of interviews to play. I'm sure we have other guests. Trey Biddy's here. We're gonna have a busy show, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have let's just say between now and 4:30, we need to get in all of our odds and ends because 4:30 we got Kevin Bohannon. We'll go around the horn with him. Then 5 o'clock, Trey will join me here at the Grand Hyatt.
Okay.
That's at 5 o'clock. Then 5:30, we have Kevin McPherson. Then at 6 o'clock, we will hear from Jimbo Fisher, Texas A&M, Kirby Smart, University of Georgia, and then Hugh Freeze from Auburn. And if we have time, I got a couple of others I can squeeze in there if need be. So
okay, great.
We have plenty to play. Just now, I'm not sure if we have plenty of time to play.
That's fine.
The interviews because you really have to be careful because all of a sudden you're behind. What I mean by that is if we're something that happened today, let's just play it tomorrow. Well, what about the stuff that you get tomorrow?
You're going to get Arkansas and Alabama tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it is it's
by the way, so
process.
Vanderbilt's coach was there today. were you surprised? And maybe we shouldn't be that yesterday Vanderbilt also announced a 3-year extension for him.
Yeah.
Isn't
He
that
says it's
interesting?
home. Well, I mean, they're making progress.
They won 5 last year. That was good.
Yeah, they're making progress.
Yeah, they are.
They're not going to, I don't think, rule the world as they're talking about. But when Clark Lee came on last year, and I understand you're trying to say, hey, we're going to be a force. You're going to have to reckon with Vanderbilt. We're not going to be just the end of the bench, so to speak. But
Right.
yeah. So yeah, that's a big. Well, I got to think, Rick, though, with NIL and all that stuff going on, that to me was a show of confidence in Clark Lee, and for recruits more than anything else, because
Yeah.
again, he's trying to be the face of the program, and they're saying we're right behind him 100%. And look what we've done. We've given him an additional 3-year extension.
Yeah. Well, good for them. And
Okay.
you got to do the best you can do with what you have, right?
Yeah. Well, if they really would like my advice, they blow up that little stadium they got.
Huh. They're not
Build
going
a
to do
big
that.
time, big
Yeah.
time stadium.
Give
the guy.
No, way too much money.
I know.
And you just don't think of Vanderbilt as being a school whose boosters kick in that kind of money. And now they ought to be able to, because when you think about they're producing some high income folks out of that school, but maybe not in the same numbers that some of the other schools are. So anyway, that is the way that is, and that's okay. So I guess Kirby Smart thinks the biggest problem they've got is they could be complacent. And you have to say that when you win 2 national champions, it is hard to win 2 in a row. It is really hard to win 2 in a row. To think about winning 3 in a row, yeah, your players have got to be super motivated to pay the price again. So I saw that was his biggest thing to talk about today, and I get that. I think it is hard. Look at all the champions in sports, and how many of them. We talked about that book I read. The Celtics won 11 in 13 years. The Yankees, basically, you can go back to the 30s and 40s and 50s, and they just totally dominated baseball. But I'm not sure we're ever going to see anybody do that again. And certainly for Georgia, even think about winning 3 in a row. That is a hard thing to do, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. The more players that you involve, the tougher to me it is to maintain that dynasty. Because in football, you need 11. Baseball, you need 9. But, I mean, you got to have 22, really, in football. Basketball, 5, 6, 7. I mean, you look at that run by John Wooden in UCLA. I mean, I can't tell you how many games I watched because that wasn't really a primetime event back then to watch a lot of that. The one game I remember vividly were some of the games that was in the NCAA tournament, and that seemed to be the championship game, whether it was Bill Walton or whoever it may have been, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. But I remember Jabbar going up against Elvin Hayes. Wasn't that down in Houston?
71-69. Houston won. Elvin Hayes scored 39 points in that game. Yeah, but then they played again in the Final Four, and UCLA just absolutely wiped up the floor with them.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, I agree with you, Rick. When you keep, and this is just strictly again my opinion. NIL continues to balance the playing field.
Yeah.
And who knows who could be here at this SEC football media days besides Georgia, besides Alabama, besides LSU? Who could be the Cinderella? Who could have struck gold on the NIL trail?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden the transfer portal and their whole team. I mean, look at Arkansas. What a facelift that's been.
Yeah.
So
it really has been. Again, we took it Sam Pittman. I was looking at those notes you sent me, and Pittman has won 10 conference games in 3 years. Chad Morris and Brett Bielema combined to win 11 in 7 years. So, isn't that interesting to where And we only have one guy that's negative on Sam Pittman, and that's Navy Mike. And he calls in, and yet you look at Vanderbilt's coach just got a 3-year extension after going 5-7. Missouri thinks they're better than Arkansas, and Arkansas thinks they're better than Missouri. Missouri's coach got an extension after 2 straight 6-7 seasons. And so after Arkansas went 9-4, you're thinking you don't reward the coach? I mean, my gosh, if you're rewarding 6-7, then 9-4 is really, really good. And 7-6 is better than 6-7. And he did that last year. So, we'll see what happens. But I think Sam Pittman is very well received in Arkansas. I was talking again with a friend today, and again about that 4-game stretch that we talk about so much. And maybe even this morning when we were talking about on Drive Time or on David and Rogers' show, it starts with LSU and it ends with Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to split the games, you'd be really fortunate to win either of those games. You could, but that means A&M and Ole Miss are just humongous. If you can win both of those games, man, you're set up to have a really, really, really good year. If you lose them both, if you split them and you're 1-3 in that stretch, still might win. You're going to win 7 or 8 games. But gosh, that is every time you look at that 4-game stretch, it gets worse. It really does. It gets not worse. It just gets the difficulty seems to be magnified.
I don't think any of us can really, unless you just throw some things against the wall. Maybe you got all the games and you went game by game and you had in a pot yes or no about winning the game. I'm taking out the non-conference. I'm talking about the SEC games only, because how many times have we talked about it comes down to a possession. It comes down to a play. And 2 years ago, Arkansas, they swept the trophy games and then won the other tight ones to come out with an 8-4 record and then go into the bowl game and win there against Penn State, 9 victories. This past season, how many games, Rick, less than 7 points did Arkansas stumble by?
Oh, gosh. You think about you
immediately A&M comes to mind first and foremost.
A&M, LSU. What was the final score of Missouri? Was that within 7 points? I think it was.
Yeah, it was like, 31-28, something like that.
So, a break here and a break there, and Arkansas could have won 9 games again. But they didn't.
Because Arkansas gets the fluke touchdown, or was it the fluke extra point? The catch in the end zone, and that tied it up, and then Missouri goes down and kicks a field goal.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So freaky end there.
Yeah.
So 13-10, if I remember correctly, Arkansas, LSU.
Yeah, and that's without their Arkansas without its starting quarterback.
Right.
So
Liberty fell behind big early, battled back.
Right. Came back, couldn't quite come back all the way.
Couldn't quite finish it.
No. So, close at times, but the hard thing was, as good as Arkansas's offense was when Jefferson was in there, the defense didn't help enough. And that's, they improved as far as sacking the quarterback, but gave up a ton of yards. So
that's
we'll
still
see.
Hard.
Yeah.
That's still hard to imagine how bad that defense was last year.
That's right. That's why you got to believe it's going to be better. And this time, Marcus always says, why? And this time you say, because it's hard to be worse. This is one of the few times you could say that. In the past, you might say, hey, if they're 8th or 9th in the league, what makes you think they're going to be better? Oh, this reason or that reason. But when you're last in the nation in pass defense and the rest of your defense isn't that good, except for the sacks. I think they were 7th in the league in sacks, but that was the only good statistic defensively. So other than that, you'd say there's a great chance they're going to be better in all areas.
Yeah, it never was. Oh, Lord, it was hard to be humble when it came to that defense.
That's right. Wrong song to sing about the defense.
Woo, they were BAD. All right, this Jeff, I apologize. This is from our Buzz text line.
Okay.
Jeff in Monticello said, Randy, were you able to ask Justin Moore the keeping the tradition question this morning? No, I didn't, Jeff. I apologize.
Well,
You
maybe
have to
Justin
understand
will,
on Morning Madness, it. You might think that you have, everything under control as a guest. Oh no, that's just the beginning of madness. So, I apologize.
well, maybe
Didn't
we'll
get a
get him
chance.
on tomorrow night. He's tough to get on Wednesday night, so write that down and see if you can remember to ask him.
Well, I'm sure if Jeff is listening, he can be sure and send us
He could call
a
in, sure.
reminder
Right, or text us. That's right.
if he can. Now, Rick, I have not. I mean, I totally confess I've not done any show prep except for interview to interview to interview.
Yeah.
So if you
Well,
got some headlines you want to touch on,
I don't know if there's a significant number of things to come on. I think when Trey Biddy comes on, certainly we want to talk to him about this Hog Wild Hangout that's coming up, and evidently there's some just absolutely tremendous prospects that are coming in. And of course, Trey talked to us yesterday about they've already signed 8 4-star players, most ever's 9, or they've got commitments from 8 4-star players. So I think to talk about that weekend is a big thing. As far as national sports is concerned, the British Open's coming up this week, but I don't think that's a major issue right now. Certainly Northwestern is really on the hot spot for this hazing stuff. There are lawsuits being filed against the school. There are lawsuits being filed against the former coach. It's just it's just a really difficult time for them. For those of us who are interested in Major League Baseball broadcast, the Arizona Diamondbacks become the second team to deal with a bankruptcy by Bally Sports. So Major League Baseball is taking over their broadcast, their TV, as of tonight. And so that's an ongoing thing. And I think Bally Sports has 15 Major League teams, or it's either 15 or 16. So that's only about half, but I think Major League Baseball would like to take over all of the broadcast rights so they would have all the streaming rights. And I've said before, last week we were talking about what TV to subscribe to and all of that. I would love to see it be where if you buy the MLB app, you get every game, and it's not blacked out at all. And so anyway, the Diamondbacks become the second team to see that happen to them. Let's see. The Pacific 12. This is really interesting because there are people that think they're going to get plucked in future expansion, but they expect to release details of their media rights deal in the near future. We do not know who's going to be involved with that, but it's going to be a mix of streaming and options to maybe be on par with the ACC and Big 12. That's very hard to imagine
and the
that that's
Big
going to
12.
happen. Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's expected to be on par with the ACC and the Big 12. Now, the ACC, of course, is not anywhere near what the Big 10 or the SEC is, nor is the Big 12. But the Big 12 has, I think, got a decent new deal. And then there's Deion Sanders. I guess there are a lot of head coaches that are taking shots at him.
Well, they are.
Because of the
Venables is doing it at Oklahoma now.
Yeah, because the transfer portal and everything. And Deion Sanders says he's not going to comment on those guys. And evidently somebody put up a tweet supposedly from Deion Sanders that was not from Deion Sanders that took a shot at Venables. And he said, I'd like to find out who did that, because even though Venables is taking shots at Deion says, I'm not going to do that back to anybody. And yet, there's a lot of interest in Colorado football to see how they start out with this coming year, with him at the helm, because he's certainly done a lot of things. And then Sports Illustrated is reporting, or I guess their writer, somebody who covers the Patriots, is reporting that Bill Belichick is on the hot seat.
I saw that headline.
6 Super Bowl championships. I guess we can ask Chris about that Thursday night. 6 Super Bowl championships, but 25-25 in the last 3 years without Tom Brady. And so I'm sure when Brady and Belichick split, there were those wondering who was more responsible. Of course, Brady won a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. I'd still have to say both of them were. You can't say that one would have done it without the other.
Yeah, I agree.
But obviously without Brady, Belichick has not been as successful. So it's pretty hard to imagine a guy that's coached 6 Super Bowl champions and had what, at least 2 other teams, maybe 3 other teams in the Super Bowl being on the hot seat. But that's, and the word is that if they have a bad year, the owner, Robert Kraft, could elevate Belichick into an office position, administration position, and hire another coach. So there you go. Those are the headlines as I know them.
Oh my goodness. This from Jeff in Monticello. He says, I said I didn't get a chance to ask Justin about keeping the tradition. He says, no worries, Randy. Just keep practicing your imitation of Justin imitating you, and we'll call it even. You're oh my goodness. Yeah, they have fun with me, and I like to have fun with them. Then this from 501 says, Randy, it's morning mayhem. No, when Roger calls off the truce, it's morning madness because we're overnight or nap time sports. So we're snoozing and cruising right now. I guess that's where um, Snoring Bob from Stuttgart got it from. All right, Rick Schaeffer. I'm Randy Rainwater. Drive Time Sports will continue.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West.
And welcome back once again to the SEC Football Media Days. Rick Schaeffer, I'm Randy Rainwater. In a moment, we should be joined by Kevin Bohannon, our insider. And I don't recognize that on in. Never mind. I guess it'll all work out. Do want to talk to you, though, about Double B's before we talk with Kevin. And when I say I want to talk to you about Double B's, we are having somewhat manageable weather, I guess you can say. Nothing like we've been enjoying there, so to speak, in central Arkansas, maybe across the great state of Arkansas with the extreme heat and humidity. That is why when I look at these specials, I keep thinking, man, this is the way that you want to hydrate. You want the 20-ounce Life water for $2.29, or you can go the 30-ounce core water for just $2. And then you've got the Gatorade options, whether it's the G-Fit, the 28-ounce G-Fit for $2.25. And this is still one of the best bargains going. That is the 2-liter Crush or mug. I had root beer down here in Nashville for $2.59. I mean, just a great, great value. So also be sure to ask your Double B's cashier about signing you up for a rewards card where you can save money on purchases at all the stores. It's Double B's, where you gas it, grab it, and go. Make it Double B's.
Baseball season is in full swing, and you don't want to miss a thing. It's time for Around the Horn with Kevin Bohannon. Around the Horn is brought to you by Stanley Wood, Buick, Chevy, GMC, and Scott Wood, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. And now it's time for Around the Horn.
And it's only appropriate that we turn the page unless there has been some transfer portal activity. And now the baseball portal window to put your name in the transfer portal, Kevin, that's over. But
that's correct.
If you're a grad transfer, you can do your transfer portal. So we said we would basically turn the page, slam the bullpen door, and move on from baseball unless there was just some breaking stuff today. So is there any breaking stuff today?
Not at all. Arkansas still possibly looking at a couple of portal commits out there. Roster's at 47 right now, and they got to trim that by 7 by the time the season starts. So, and I know there'll be, you can kind of look at the roster and tell who's not going to be there come springtime, whether it be a freshman that may not be able to contribute right away and they send them to junior college, or some guys that have been there 2 or 3 years and it's just time for them to move on. So, yeah, we can put baseball to bed right now. And as you and I were at the Sonic Air Raid at Harding Academy last Friday, we got to see some of the teams in 2023 that could really compete for a state title.
We should say this, though, before we do, that I didn't realize this, but the Major League Baseball teams have to sign drafted players who have eligibility left by a week from today. I thought it was August 1st. It's July the 25th, so there's only a week left. Okay, it's being reported. Aiden Miller has signed. He got $3.1 million, right. A little bit over slot. Kendall George hasn't signed. Nason Zanatello has not signed. But, there again, they still have a week. Walker Martin, how about this one, Kevin? It's being reported he signed for $3 million, which is the slot was 1.62. What made him that more valuable to the Giants?
So the Giants underslotted their first pick, and the rest of the guys, they had that relationship with Martin, and they figured, okay, here's our bonus pool. Here's where we're going to sign people. And they knew what Walker Martin's asking price was. And they were one of the, and I say few, I'm talking 2 or 3 teams that were willing to meet that price. So $2.997 million. It was this. I think it was the same exact amount that Hurston Waldrop signed for, and Waldrop went, I think, 24th in the first round. So, and only $200,000 difference in what Miller got. So,
Wow.
Miller went 25th to the Phillies. So, I mean, he was a first round, talent, and everybody thought he'd go in the top 35 picks. He slid, but it's just one of those instances where it doesn't really matter. If they got the money, they're going to pay him. So, Marcus Brown, I know this is not Razorback related, but Marcus Brown from Shiloh Christian Springdale signed with the Washington Nationals yesterday. So he will start his pro career really soon.
Okay, so Wiggins hasn't signed yet, but you figure he's going to. Hunter Holland.
Yeah,
slot value for Hunter was $975, and supposedly he got about $598. What happened there?
That was one of those things with, they knew that they could get him for that, and and Dylan Questad signed for $500,000 out of high school. So
yeah, which is a little bit more than the slot. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is a little bit more than the slot, but I think he undervalued himself, honestly. If you're not getting at least $750 coming out of high school, and we talked about this last week, that I think you're undervaluing yourself. I think Barrett Kent.
That's why I thought he might come. That's why I thought he might be a Razorback. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Wiggins will get at least 1.4. I think that's the floor for him. So it could be right there in that range, 1.4 to 1.6, which will be significantly higher than the slot, which was 1.1.
Josenberger hadn't signed, but you figure he will, obviously. Hopefully, with ball. Since he's an Oriole, we're okay with that. Jace Borfrin got right almost exactly at slot value with Toronto, $302,000. Barrett Kent, holy smokes, 8th round, slot value $206,000. Supposedly he got $1 million. How did that happen?
He told me it would take the perfect situation. And I knew where about his number was. And I thought him and Questad were right there in terms of $800,000 to $1.2 million in terms of what their number was. And I know a lot of people were like, well, that's almost $500,000 in difference. Well, when you're talking about high school kids coming out and what their lowest possible number is, it could happen like that. So the Angels saved with their first 7 picks because they were undervalued picks. They drafted 7 college guys. So they had some seniors in there that they could, give $50,000 to and save a couple $100,000. It doesn't really surprise me. I figured he was signed for around $800,000, so that it's not too shocking.
Craig Yoho hadn't signed yet, but it appears he will. Jared Wagner, our friend on Monday nights, slot value was $173. Yep. He had no bargaining power whatsoever. Supposedly he got $72.
Still got some.
Yeah, but he
really
didn't
big.
Get the slot. Yeah. So anyway, that's the Yankees. They're cheap. Anyway, so Cody Adcock signed for $150,000. Caleb Cayley has not signed, and as we've said, Gabe Geckel is not expected to sign. So that's going through all the draft picks.
Kev, what are you hearing on Caleb Kelly?
Caleb Kelly has actually signed, guys. They just haven't reported the amount.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So I wanted to make sure.
Ouch.
But yeah, they've agreed to terms, but he had not signed. Excuse me. Let me put that there.
Okay.
That
He's
was
agreed to terms, just hadn't signed. So can something fall through either way? Or is it's a done deal? It's just a matter now.
Yeah, something can fall through. I don't foresee that happening. It's just a matter of putting pen to paper. So we'll see.
Okay, right, Randy, now you can put baseball to bed. I just wanted to run through those with Kevin.
Well, no, I mean, there was a lot of question marks there that needed to be answered because I've been holding out hope on Caleb Kelly. I was just hoping somehow, some way. I mean, Jared Wagner couldn't return. He was out of eligibility. Josenberger, where 6th round he was going to go.
Yeah.
I'm not as familiar with the incoming freshmen, so I really couldn't, I just had to rely upon Kevin to make sure he had all the skinny on those guys. But I was just hoping about Caleb Kelly. So, and man, Jackson Wiggins should be kissing the stars, thanking the good Lord above. Did you say 1-3
Oh, if he
on?
gets over $1 million and he didn't pitch this year,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
I think
That's
he'll.
phenomenal.
Yeah, I think he'll get no less than 1.4. The slot was 1.1. He was right in that range of Peyton Paulette last year. I think Peyton went at number 56 and signed for a little over at 1.4, 1.5. So I could see that happening to Jackson. And the Cubs, you talked to their front office staff, and I saw some interviews after the draft and everything, and they really love some of the things. And this is one thing I did not realize, and I can't believe I missed it. But Blaine Kinsley was the strength and conditioning coach for Arkansas. He's with the Cubs now, so they got a little extra in-depth look at some of the power and explosive numbers that Jackson Wiggins had from strength and conditioning. And I know Jackson's got a 41-inch vertical, and that goes a long way in pitching these days. So that's one thing that they really got to take a look at. And they've done a really good job of developing pitchers out of college. And, Jordan Wicks came out of Conway, and we know the Razorback connection now with the Cubs. The Cubs and that, they've come out and said it. They really like the way some of these college programs are running their programs and how they do their off-season, in-season conditioning. Arkansas and Vanderbilt were two schools that they really singled out that they run it like a pro organization, so they can take some tips from those schools of how to better their players.
Wow. Let's talk with Shane. Shane, good afternoon. Welcome to Drive Time Sports.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just had a question about the transfer portal guys that we got coming in. When are they going to be able? I mean, when are they going to actually sign, and when can David Horn start talking about them?
So as soon as they've enrolled, they're real to Coach Van Horn, and I know that Coach Van Horn is really kind of hey, we got a guy from here and there, so it's going to be a really good class. And no matter if you look at some of these analytical sites and everything, it's going to be a top 10 portal class. It's not going to be the top one, but anywhere from 5 to 8, depending on who you're looking at. But Wilmsmeyer in center field, the speed is going to be next level. He's been clocked. We had a guy for Hog Beat, Riley, did a really good in-depth look at his speed, and 30.9 feet per second was what he was clocked at this year. MLB standards for being very good is 30 flat. So just think about that. That's getting it. So speed in center field, Ross Lovich hit for the cycle against Georgia. Jack Wagner hit 15 home runs for Tarleton State. He could be a first baseman or a corner outfield. So they replaced the pieces they need to. Hudson White behind the plate hasn't had a great summer, but 15 home runs. He's been clocked at 1.79 pop to pop time. So good recruiting, good portal class.
And also, I was going to get your thoughts on Tate McGuire, and I'll hang up and listen.
Okay.
Write that down. Peyton McGuire. You may have heard that, Kev. Peyton.
Got it.
McGuire. Okay. All right, let's step aside for a moment. Rick Schaeffer, Kevin Bohannon. I'm Randy Rainwater, live from the SEC Football Media Days.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West.
At First Security, we've been investing in our home state since 1932, growing deep roots and even deeper relationships. We're part of Arkansas, and it's part of us. First Security puts all that history and stability to good use for you and in helping people in places we all love best. Arkansas's communities, Arkansas's families, and Arkansas's futures. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, only in Arkansas. That's First Security Bank.
Baseball season is in full swing, and you don't want to miss a thing. It's time for Around the Horn with Kevin Bohannon. Around the Horn is brought to you by Stanley Wood. Ready to talk football in Arkansas? Let's join Kevin Bohannon with Scoop and Score. Brought to you by Wood Family of Dealerships in Batesville.
That was an interception. Could you tell?
Interception?
I just reached
That was
up and,
awesome.
I just reached up and snatched around the horn and then chunked that pass down the field for Scoop and Score.
Before you leave Around the Horn, one other point, because the guy asked when can Dave Van Horn talk about the prospects, the transfer portal. Baseball is totally different from every other sport. Football and basketball have athletes on campus in the summer. Baseball players are playing baseball. So those transfers, now you may know this, Kevin, maybe some of them are already there and enrolled in summer school, but I doubt it. Usually they're playing baseball somewhere, so they may not enroll until August, and that's when he could talk about them. Am I correct?
That is correct. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Some of them had began summer classes and gotten on campus. I know Hudson White's up at the Cape. And then some of the other guys are playing as well, whether it be Northwoods League and California Collegiate League. So, yeah, as soon as they get on campus, which, end of July, 1st of August, then we can start making them real.
Right. There you go.
Making them real. I like that. All right, Kevin, could this be one of the better years that we're going to see in regards to high school quarterbacks in Arkansas? Walker White has already committed, and he sounds like he's locked and loaded, and he will be joining Auburn, I guess, at mid-semester. Grayson Wilson, the outstanding young prospect from Central Arkansas Christian, he's already said yes to Sam Pittman. He will be entering his junior year. So he's still got just a little ways to go. Drake Lindsay, and I'm going to stop right there from Fayetteville because I'm going to leave too many out. I read an article the other day. You may have read the same one about the quarterbacks that were in the shootout of the whatever it was up in Northwest Arkansas. And they were talking about all the great quarterbacks.
Southwest Shootout. Yeah,
Southwest Shootout. Talking about
Shootout.
All the great quarterbacks, high school quarterbacks that were participating in that event, and that was just Northwest Arkansas. So is this, Kevin, what you can see, could this be the year of the quarterback in Arkansas?
It's definitely one that you look at from sophomores to seniors and say it's really deep. And because you got Kane Archer as a sophomore, we know how highly recruited he is. The offer list goes Arkansas, Florida State, Michigan, Ole Miss, Tennessee, everybody else. And he got some time in last year, a little over 700 yards and 4 touchdowns on the ground. Then, Jake Casey, the 6'4" senior from Bentonville West. Then you go down to Southwest Arkansas. Matthew Contreras had 8 touchdown passes against Southwest last year. He had 34 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions. Slade Dizzy Dean from Elkins, he's a senior this year, 6'2", 190. He had 41 total touchdowns last year, 73.2 completion percentage, and it just keeps going. Maddox Hampton, I talked to Maddox the other day. He had 17 strikeouts on the mound at an event in Memphis, but he's returning for his junior year at Nettleton. So You got some places that you're kind of wondering, okay, who's going to fill the shoes of departed seniors, or guys that are injured. So Kel Busby underwent surgery for an injury this past spring. He won't be the quarterback for Pulaski Academy this year. Brandon Cobb is going to step in. So we know that, quarterbacks have always done well there. We talked about it the other day, Randy. Who would be QBU in terms of Arkansas high school football?
Yeah.
Would it be Harding Academy, who returns Owen Miller, 39 touchdowns, 4 interceptions? Would it be Pulaski Academy? Would it be Greenwood with that tradition that they've had going back to the late 90s with Brooks Coatney, then Daniel Stegall, Tyler Wilson, and just the ones we've had recently with Houston, Kane Archer. And then look at somebody like Lake Hamilton, who has run the wing T in their program. So you got Easton Hurley, who threw for over 1,300 yards last year. So top to bottom, class to class, it's probably one of the deepest quarterback classes we've seen in the past few years, or maybe the past decade in Arkansas.
Yeah, I just the names just keep. How can you forget Owen Miller? What a year he had up at Harding Academy, and Kane Archer. I don't want to totally regurgitate all the names that you just went through, but I mean those are some studs. I mean we're talking prime time players, and and there's a young man who is flying so far underneath the radar. I mean he might as well be riding in a car, and that's Daniel. I forget, over at Conway.
Oh, Donovan Omolo. Yeah.
Omolo.
I was just going to mention, Conway, has done really good in their 7-on-7 this summer. And we were talking the other day to Coach Neil Evans from Harding Academy and talking about the offense that Mark Kelly runs and how it is truly basketball on grass because they go so fast. Mm-hmm. Any defensive coach you talk to in this state, and they're so tough to prepare for because of how fast they go. And then, you got Quentin Murphy, who's a junior at Robinson, who has Oklahoma, Alabama, Arkansas, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Power 5 programs, coming to see him and offering him. So, yeah, it's just so deep. The list goes on and on. It seems like we had so many that threw 30 touchdowns or more last year.
Yes,
and we had games where we had 6, 7, even 8, like we mentioned with Contreras. But, Omolo is coming into his senior year. He'll be a 3-year starter, and what the thing they're trying to do this year is get over that hump, get past Bryant, get past Fayetteville, get to where they can win a state title at War Memorial Stadium.
We always seem to focus, or at least start to focus on the 7A. Is Bryant capable of winning number 6 in a row, Kev?
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked with Claude Sanders the other day, and you and I were joking off air that one word to describe him is intense. That's absolutely right. So he's going to do it his way, and he's learning how to be a head coach. This is his first season as a head coach, even though it's his second head coaching job technically. So Jordan Walker coming back as a junior, he split reps last season, got pulled out of the state championship game, but they've got a backfield that they're going to go 3 or 4 deep. The defensive backfield is going to be one of the best in the state, possibly the region. So, yeah, they have every opportunity. That game with Conway is going to loom large. You also have North Little Rock, who's breaking in a new head coach since Randy Sandifer stepped down. What will the Charging Wildcats look like under Clint Reed? They're breaking in a new quarterback. Malachi Grover graduated and played in the All-Star game a few weeks ago. So, a lot to look at in the – will the 7A Central still reign supreme, or can the 7A West, can somebody break through? Can Jody Grant and Bentonville knock them down a little bit? Can Drake Lindsay have another back-to-back 40-touchdown year and get Fayetteville back to the finals?
All right, BG and Spall City. Now, I want to get this one in before we have to hit the break. What are your thoughts? Easton Hurley at Lake Hamilton.
Yeah, Easton Hurley, he opened up their offense last year, throwing over 1,000 yards, and that wing T offense was huge. He also had 9 on the ground, so he makes really good decisions. It's going to put teams, they won't be able to load the box as much this year on Lake Hamilton.
All right, buddy. We will talk with you this Friday. That's Kevin Bohannon, as we scooped and scored off of the interception. Coming up next, Trey Beatty of hogsports.com, being brought to you by Asher Record Service as the SEC Football Media Days continue.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West.
And welcome back to hour number 2 of our coverage of the Southeastern Conference Football Media Days. I'm Randy Rainwater, joined by Rick Schaeffer. In a moment, we'll be joined by Trey Beatty of hogsports.com. Neil couldn't make it today, so I'll talk to you about the daily specials that you'll find at Bet Saracen. I like this one. Any two of Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, or Pete Alonso to hit over 0.5 home runs, plus 550. That's a good one. And then they got the USA Women's Soccer specials, Women's World Cup, NFL season specials, the NCAA football season specials, and I was even looking at the games tonight. Major League Baseball. Oh, by the way, the Baltimore Orioles are favored by a 1.5 over the mighty Los Angeles Dodgers. So,
Who broke the Orioles' 8-game winning streak last night? But anyway,
yeah.
But
They're
hey,
favored.
hopefully,
The Orioles favored tonight.
Hope they come back and win tonight. That'd be great.
That's right. And you can find all this plus more at Bet Saracen. That's in the App Store, Bet Saracen, online, betsaracen.com. And you'll find that and a bunch more on the app at Bet Saracen.
Now to Trey Beatty, brought to you by Asher Wrecker Service, 501-562-2293. Family owned and operated since 1980. Asher Wrecker, dependable towing and vehicle recovery service. Ask for Asher.
You're on. Okay. I always have to double check. I think I know what I'm doing, but then I say, oh, Trey, good afternoon. You're over there talking and nothing. We're not hearing you. So, man, always good to be able to do it face to face.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, it's always good to be able to do it face to face.
Mm-hmm.
What have you learned today? Did anything stick out?
Yeah.
Today?
Well, Hugh Freeze didn't try to redefine the word integrity. The last time we saw him here, I remember sitting like right in the front row, and he was like trying to come up with a new definition for it. I thought his story was pretty interesting, though. You know, it is kind of interesting that in the last few months, Arkansas or the SEC has hired Bobby Petrino, Hugh Freeze, Chris Beard, you know, kind of an interesting lot of guys that have, you know, a bit of a checkered past. But it was interesting seeing him. You know, Zach Arnett, I thought Zach Arnett handled things pretty well today. A lot of times you get a rookie head coach in front of all those media people, and, you know, they're a little starstruck. I can remember Kevin Sumlin the first time he came here. It just kind of, you could sense the nervousness in his voice. I didn't think we saw that from Arnett. So, and of course, Kirby, I missed Kirby in the main room today, but I'm sure he, you know, knocked it out of the park. So, you know, I don't know if you got your email for the to select all SEC teams and order of finish and all that kind of stuff. I don't think
I have not seen it yet.
Usually we get that, you know, right off the bat, but it's a new venue, so maybe just a little bit different procedure with that.
All right, let me see. Nope. If this is up to date, no, I have not. And I can't remember who said, or maybe it was Commissioner Sankey who said you'll be getting the ballot tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't think he specified.
But usually we already have it.
Yeah,
you know?
usually got it right off. Yeah, like you're talking about right from the very beginning. Kirby, it's amazing. In some regards, he's starting to get a little bit of Saban in the fact he win back-to-back championships, and I can get just a little bit cocky and not just necessarily blow off a question, but you could tell this was in the electronic media room that there's a little bit of edge he's carrying. I know he's tired of talking about it. I'm sure the Georgia writers are wearing him out about all the speeding issues. I mean, the speeding was involved in that tragic fatal accident that they had.
Yeah.
So I know he has to be getting tired of that.
Mm-hmm.
He used discipline, culture. I think he threw those out 3 or 4 times just in that short amount of time we had him in the electronic media room.
I feel like everybody's got something they're dodging a
Sure.
little bit, with Kirby Smart with that issue, and Eli Drinkwitz for some reason didn't want to talk about AI in college football. He said, "I have no opinion on that." It's kind of an interesting question, but Hugh Freeze, I felt like took everything today. He did. It's not like he was getting a whole lot of questions about the past, but a little bit. I think Bob asked him, if he'd ever thought that he would be on this stage again after what happened at Ole Miss. And, he kind of said after things ended at Ole Miss, not like how they ended. But I thought that was a pretty interesting response. And, everybody's got something that they don't want to talk about.
Yeah. It's interesting you say that because we sometimes forget that is the case. One of the things that Hugh Freeze was talking about in his in the electronic room was the path that, and the question was, what every program you've been to in the first year, you really raise, the level of play, the number of victories, and so forth and so on. Started with Arkansas State, went on to win the Sun Belt, 10 games or whatever it was, and then he went from there to Ole Miss, and then from there to Liberty. He said, we first got to Liberty, I didn't think we'd win 3 games, and we won 8. And he said, and it was almost like, Trey, he caught himself. Coaches sometimes, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I bet more times than not, they've got a little short list they keep in their drawer of schools of interest if they get the call. Because he quickly says, oh, I was very, very happy where I was at Liberty. And my wife and I were talking about one night, this was after, I don't know, 30 days after the season was over, whatever it was. And obviously Auburn was one of those schools that he was interested in if they made the call. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting to listen to these guys. Like you say, they've all got something. I think my point was he had a list. He just didn't want to admit that he had a list because he was so happy at Liberty.
It probably includes a dozen schools in the SEC at least.
Yeah.
Also, there's a reason everybody wants to come to the SEC. It's the biggest and the best conference. It's you hear. It's interesting because I've got some people 24/7 Sports Network that I talk to from the Texas site, and there's a lot of Texas people here who are there's Texas isn't here, but they just kind of want to get a feel, I guess, kick things off, and to hear them talk about the difference in Big 12 media days versus what we have here. And 24/7 Sports is located here, and those guys go to Big 10 media days and Pac-12, and it doesn't compare to what the SEC puts on, and that's true in just about every event, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, whatever. In this case, SEC media days, and of course, it's where every coach wants to end up. Brett Bielema wanted to come test his mettle in the SEC. Players that enter the transfer portal, huge destination is the SEC. So it's no surprise that he wanted to come back. I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? I mean, coaches say stuff all the time, but you're at Liberty and you have an opportunity to coach at Auburn. It's
sure,
yeah.
Aeneas, I think that's his name, Smith, the receiver for Texas A&M. I didn't realize he was a Texas native. Chose LSU. He was asked about Texas coming into the conference next year. He said, I love it. He said, we want to play Texas. But then he turned around and said, and I was one of those who didn't believe that A&M would benefit so greatly with the SEC connection when it came to recruiting. Well, as it turns out, Smith said, well, because all of the kids in Texas want to play in the SEC, now they're going to be offered that opportunity. Granted, Texas can't sign them all, but we thought Texas A&M couldn't sign them all. So, wow, that may it's just like Selmer Bridges the other day. Is it Selmar or Selmer?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But anyway, Arkansas beat TCU in Texas for him.
Oh, Selman Bridges.
Yeah.
you saying is that? Yeah, I think you're saying that right. Selmon, I think, is how you say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, Arkansas won a recruiting battle against Texas.
Yeah.
And that young man had to know that Texas was going to be coming into the SEC. So,
well, that's Marcus Woodson, Darren Wilson, Travis Williams, Sam Pittman, of course. You know, the landscape has changed in recruiting and stuff. You know, we talked about the prospect from Louisiana yesterday a little bit, and that would certainly be a landmark deal if they could get a guy that LSU desperately wants.
Yeah.
We see Arkansas take kids every now and then that Texas wants. It doesn't happen often from the state of Texas, but it happens on occasion, and it feels like it's happening a little bit more. I mean, they've got 2 top 100 prospects out of the state of Texas already.
Wow. All right, let's talk with Charlie. Charlie, good afternoon. You got a question or comment for Trey?
Yeah, a couple of things. How you guys doing, by the way?
Great.
Y'all
Thank
hear
you,
me?
Charlie. Yes, sir.
Well, Trey, I was thinking you were talking about the SEC, and you know, I've always been SEC biased, but now with baseball, basketball, and I think baseball, you could even argue that it might be the best. I mean, as good as it is. I mean, if you think about it, but there's just so many. It's not biased anymore. It's just fact. And so I laugh at people that continue to make those statements to say the SEC people is just biased, blah, blah, blah. They think they're the best at everything. Well, we are. So that's just the way it is. I hate it for them. Hope they could, you know, if they want to cry a little bit more, that's fine. I mean, heck, if I was a professional water boy, I would love to be in the SEC. I'd take that job all day long. I mean, it's the SEC. My thing is, though, I was thinking about that stretch, obviously, that 4-game brutal stretch. I'm only 30, Trey, and I got a few gray hairs. And I was every time I think about it, a few more gray hairs grow over there. So I was thinking to myself, you know, that stretch is just crazy to me. If we were to somehow come out of that stretch 2-2, I might jump up, do a cartwheel, do a flip somehow.
Yeah.
And just seriously, I mean, I don't mean that disrespectfully to Arkansas. I just mean how tough
you're
that
right.
stretch is.
You're right.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
No, you're exactly right. 2-2 out of that stretch, that'd be terrific.
If Arkansas has the ability to go 2-2 out of that stretch,
Thank you, Charlie.
They might be a 10-win team.
Yeah,
They might
that's what I'm
be
thinking.
that caliber of team. So
Yeah, I agree.
it kind of
9
feels like
at
that's
least.
a ceiling for
Yeah,
that stretch.
right.
But
you know, Trey, we've talked about that stretch quite a bit, and as it kind of came to me this morning when I was with Basil, and Randy was on there too, that when you look at that 4-game stretch, it starts with LSU and it ends with Alabama, which and those are unlikely. You could win either one, but it's unlikely. That makes A&M and Ole Miss humongous games for Arkansas.
Yes, it does, and we've seen them go to Baton Rouge before and pull off some wins.
Yes.
But yeah, the bookends of Alabama and LSU to finish and start that is really tough. And you know, I was looking at LSU's schedule. LSU has a tough 4-game stretch right out of the gate. Also, their only home game out of their first 4 SEC games is Arkansas. You know, they start off
wow.
And these are more attainable games. I mean, you're going to Starkville and you're going to Columbia, Missouri, and I think I'm spacing on the other team that they play, but I just remember thinking they're all winnable games on the road, but they're still SEC road games, and that's difficult under any circumstance.
Let's talk with Steve. Steve, never mind. Okay, this is LSU. They start with Florida State, Grambling, Mississippi State, Arkansas, Ole Miss, Missouri, Auburn, Army. Get a week off, Alabama, Florida, Georgia State, then Texas A&M.
Yeah, their last final stretch, it's kind of not too dissimilar from Arkansas. They finish, I think, most of their games at the end of the season are at home. So they've got a tough stretch in the middle of the year, starting off the SEC play, and then a lot of home games.
They
do play at Alabama, though. They do play at Alabama. But you're right.
Tuscaloosa, yep.
Auburn, Florida, and A&M are all home games, so 3 of their last 4 are at home.
Yeah.
LSU. What week is LSU Alabama?
November 4th.
So in November, you've got a couple of really key matchups on both sides. You've got LSU, Alabama. You've got Georgia, Tennessee that could decide the division on both those sides.
Trey, you mentioned this yesterday, and I didn't say anything to interrupt when you were talking, but I'm with you. Winning 3 in a row is just almost impossible. I think everybody picking Georgia this year, I just have a hunch they will not win. What do you think?
Well, they almost got gotten last year. I mean,
Yeah.
they dominated the SEC championship game, but the semifinal was, that was a shootout. So it takes a little luck in college football. I'm always reminded of, Tennessee in '98 and, with what happened with Clint and, tripping over Brandon Burlsworth and losing that ball. But even before that, there was, when they played Syracuse early in the year, I just remember a pass interference call against Syracuse that put Tennessee in field goal range to kick the game-winning field goal. And, otherwise they wouldn't have been in the national championship game. There's all kinds of things like that happen. As much as I love Michael Jordan, there's a play where he steps out of bounds in a critical game, I think against the Pacers, where he stepped out of bounds and, it wasn't called. But if it had been, it would have changed the whole history, So you got to get a little lucky here and there.
Nebraska won a national championship one year by scoring the game-winning touchdown on a 5th down play against Missouri.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't the national championship game, but they had to win that game to get there, and they scored on 5th down.
Yeah, I think Colorado
no replay then. No replay.
Yeah, they had like 9 plays.
Yeah, they had something like that, the 5th down. So, yeah.
I meant to ask you where Arkansas now stands in the recruiting rankings after this past weekend.
They are 15th according to 24/7 Sports, and then they're 17th according to the 24/7 Sports composite. 24/7 has Courtney Crutchfield ranked significantly higher. I mean, he's a 4-star, I think, on a couple other services, but he's 61 nationally. Selman Bridges is 50th on 24/7, and I think he's maybe closer to like 70th on the composite. So 24/7 Sports is a little higher on Arkansas's commitments than other places. I mean, they still have them, highly ranked and stuff, but I think that's the reason. But as I mentioned, the only team, Arkansas only has 16 commitments, so they're a little bit behind some of the other schools in that regard. I'm not saying they're going to jump into the top 10 or anything like that, but I do think it's notable that Alabama is the only program ranked ahead of Arkansas in that top 17, if you will, that has fewer commitments than Arkansas has.
When you look at what is remaining, what do you kind of project then for the end of the ranking period?
They need to hit linebacker. A couple more offensive linemen, I think, would be ideal. And that's almost it, Randy. I mean, you might be talking about best available. I think they're in good shape at wide receiver. I think they're in really good shape in the secondary now. Get another linebacker or two. Wyatt Simmons obviously would be highly coveted. Defensive tackle I think would probably be ideal also, since Deion Stutz, after he passed away. And I mean, after you really just have to look at recruiting now as we're going to go out and try to hit every position and not so much worry about needs, because you can address needs so easily in the transfer portal.
Yep.
We talked all the time about, what's the formula for Arkansas. And I really think a 2010 model for Arkansas is ideal. You can recruit in the high school ranks. I think there's NIL opportunities that can help you, not so much offering NIL, because you can't do that, but just the opportunity. You have to phrase it a certain way, right? I mean, just the opportunity to have certain NIL deals as a possibility, I think changes things for Arkansas. And, that's one of the big things. You ask Sam Pittman, it's not so much people, facilities used to be number one, and, location used to be, right up there too. Now NIL opportunities are a big deal. So that changes the landscape for Arkansas in a positive way. And then, the transfer portal. Those guys have been through the recruiting process. They understand that maybe just going to the home state school isn't the answer, and they have a different outlook. And there's Arkansas, great place to be, a place with opportunities a lot of times for playing time. And so I think those aspects really, kind of change the outlook for Arkansas, and maybe can be something. I mean, because we talked about this yesterday, Arkansas has a population problem overall. Fayetteville's a little bit more remote from the top talent, and, it's not a huge state. And even per capita, Mississippi's a similar size state. It produces way more talent than Arkansas does per capita. So those are some issues that Arkansas runs into. But also, I mean, I think they're doing a great job recruiting SEC areas, Mississippi, Ole Miss,
Especially Georgia.
They've been doing
Wow.
well in Georgia, but just more recently, it's like Alabama. You're just seeing a lot of guys out of there. Mississippi. So I think that's really positive. I thought Danny West put it to me great. He goes, where do most great SEC players come from? SEC states. And so I like what Arkansas is doing in that regard.
Well, when you look at the overall picture, I think we're also going to have to reevaluate, Trey, if that 20 number of incoming freshmen is the number, and then the 10 is the other number, transfer portal, whatever it may be. But I think now we got to start looking at the turnover rate that's with that incoming class. How many are going to be so upset, or however you want to label it, unhappy after year number one they didn't get what they expected from a playing opportunity?
Well, now you only recruit guys that you're sure about. You don't take flyers. I mean, it's just like go out and get studs. Kind of like Eric Musselman has adopted in basketball, maybe to a higher level, but same kind of deal.
Same kind of deal. All right, Trey. We will talk with you tomorrow. This is Trey Beatty of hogsports.com.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West.
And once again, welcome back to Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, the site of the SEC Football Media Days 2023. Rick Schaeffer, I'm Randy Rainwater. In a moment, we'll be joined by Kevin McPherson, better known as Hoop Scoop. Thanks to our friends at Fence Brokers. Hennard Foothills Equipment is the one stop for your outdoor needs. Simple. So whether you're needing even a chainsaw or maybe a weed eater, they've got the right piece of equipment just right for you and your application. That's important because they've got all sizes. There's a little, like a handheld blower, very simple to operate. But now if I got a bunch that I need to blow, maybe a big yard, I got a bunch of leaves. Well, maybe I want a bigger blower. They've got a bigger blower, just like they have the Kubota BX subcompact tractor. Maybe you need something bigger than that. It starts with 18 horsepower diesel engine, but you can get a 26 horsepower Kubota diesel engine. So they've got the right piece of equipment for the right application and certainly all the accessories that go with it. And right now, 0% financing for up to 60 months. You can even go as far as 1.99 for up to 84 months with approved credit. Go see my friend Mickey Hennard. That's Hennard Foothills Equipment, 1920 South Main Street in Searcy, or call 501-268-1987. Call Mickey and have him find the tractor that fits you like a glove.
Now, let's go to Arkansas's premier basketball recruiting analyst, Kevin Hoop Scoop McPherson, for all the latest news for anything and everything basketball. Made possible by Fence Brokers. Fence Brokers, going the extra mile.
Now, Kevin, we did this, I want to say, Friday. And then I saw today, I haven't been on Twitter near what I normally am when I'm back home. I've just been super busy. But I saw a headline, something about Bay Fall. And then you were to click onto that link, and is there fresh news concerning Bay Fall? I'll start there.
I mean, he's been, we talked about this the other day. He's, he arrived on campus in late June. He started practicing in early July. And, I just kind of formally disclosed that last week on Twitter. We talked about it on this program. I've talked about it on Big Trail Nation. I've written my weekly Hoop Hogs notebook where that was my lead, just talking about the fact that, all the things that we just went over, and the fact that he was helping with already at practice because they were thin on the front line with Trevor and Brazil and Mekhi Mitchell both really targeting a fall return. So it was Jalen Graham and a walk-on, Lawson Blake, really two bigs in practices now that we're into the second month, really, of those limited practices. So Bay Fall helps out immediately in practice. And the University of Arkansas has been putting out photos, in the last couple of days, including today, of Bay Fall at practice. So, we formally, I broke the news that he was, practicing with the team. It's kind of been out on social media a few weeks ago that he was seen at XNA Airport arriving in Northwest Arkansas, but, just kind of confirming what's been going on. And now the university's kind of, putting out its own, it's interesting, Randy, because this time, usually every year under Musselman's program, by now we've seen a lot of practice videos, little snippets from practice, a lot of photos, and there hasn't been nearly as much as that this year. And so to see him release the photos of Bay Fall at practice, coincides with my reporting a few days before. But also, it's just it's rare to get much out of practice these days. So just to see that was a little encouraging. I think a lot of that has to do with something else I've been talking about. There's an unnamed commitment to this point. There may be as many as 2 players ended up redshirting, maybe only 1, maybe none. That's all going to be resolved still. But I think, part of this is Arkansas trying to sort through things before, it really kind of, mass saturates social media with images from players who are participating. Some might contain some who may not play on the team this year because they may have to redshirt. I'm just saying there's probably tactical reasons and optics is factoring into why things have been more limited. Another part of that might be, to take a different tack and kind of keep things below the radar for a while and let them work on stuff. It's going to be a more veteran team because when you look at the portal, they're going to end up with as many as 7 players out of that portal, only 2 freshmen. You've got 5 returnees. So, there may be some strategy there as well as to not be as front and center with the social media activity from practices and videos and different things, taking a different tack to let the program work through some stuff and improve during these early practices, and keeping the expectations maybe tempered a little bit.
Have you heard anything regarding player performances thus far, Kevin? One of the names I'd like to get an update on, I don't know if you have any information on Layden Blocker, how he's been doing so far.
Yeah, I've gotten some information. I have been asked to kind of pump the brakes on some of that. Some of it I've talked about a little bit already. I can tell you that just early on after arriving, most of the players, including the newcomers, got in Memorial Day weekend at some point. So well over a month and a half ago. And Layden Blocker's a guy that immediately started garnering the respect of the veteran players. I mentioned this is a veteran team. You got several grad transfers coming into that backcourt through the portal. And I think the coaching staffs like what they've seen from him. When you look at we talk about all this college experience. We know Musselman covets that when he goes into the portal. But one of the younger players they got in Minifield, Keon Minifield Jr. from Washington, he was made the Pac-12 All-Freshman team last year. I've already heard good things about him. I mentioned the front line being short on numbers. Ball joins the mix, but prior to that, in the early going, I kept hearing how Jalen Graham was doing well. Well, when you don't have Trevor Brazile and Mekhi Mitchell to battle against, that might help explain that. But we've also seen Jalen Graham shine at times. When it was live bullets against SEC teams and other teams in non-conference at various times, it was hit and miss. We know defensively there were some question marks there with him, but offensively he really helped Arkansas at times. And I think to hear some solid reports there. Jeremiah Davenport's a guy I mentioned before in one of these segments. When he first got there, they chart everything. They chart the shot taking and making, and he immediately impressed everybody with just his ability to be efficient in some of the stuff they were charting. So those are just a few of the things. There's a lot more, but again, some of the stuff we'll pause on now because I was asked to not get into too much. The only reason I revisited some of that, it was stuff I was allowed to talk about prior, really going back to the first 4 weeks of the early limited practices, which was most of June.
All right, this is from our Buzz text line from the 501. And says, please ask Kevin an update on Brazile.
Yeah. And Musselman talked about this. He had a press conference a few weeks ago, really his first one for this season, even though we're not to the season yet. It was the first press conference after limited practice started for this 23-24 team. And he talked about the fact that Brazil's probably ahead of schedule. The problem is they're not going to rush the schedule or speed things up because he's ahead of schedule. They've always targeted a fall return for him in terms of full participation practice. He's been doing stuff on a limited basis, but not full participation. And so he's on target for that. And he's ahead of schedule in where they thought he would be, but that doesn't mean that they ramp up his full return. They're going to stay with the same schedule. I think that's smart. There'll be a break here at the end of this July. At some point at the end of this second part of the limited practice, there'll be a break between the end of the second summer school session and the start of the fall semester. There'll be a break. They'll take a little time off, maybe a couple of weeks, and then they'll get back to practice and ramp up the on court time to some degree leading into October. So there's probably somewhere in September where we're going to hear about, well, that's the expected timeline. I don't know how much they're going to talk about it or release it, but that's the expected timeline sometime in December where Trevor and Brazil would be released to return to full participation in practice, which means moving forward full participation once you get into the season.
In regards to athleticism, I don't know that Ricky Council to me goes back to Michael Qualls, and there's been some others that have been just freaky athletically. We didn't get to see enough of Graham, but there seems to be some moments that he would flash. How athletic, Kevin, is Jalen Graham?
Well, he's athletic. He's a guy that had some nice finishes above the rim, and he was kind of fearless in the way he did it. I think Trevor and Brazil, if we don't start there, now granted that's pre-injury, so we need to see how that plays out. But I think both of those guys on the front line are plus athletes. Brazil's got added length and a little more versatility of some things he can do. But Jalen Graham's an athlete. I would consider a plus athlete. They're listing him at 6'10" this year. Last year they listed him at 6'9". So I don't know if he grew any or they just decided they didn't measure him right last year. But for a 6'10" guy, he's pretty agile, and he does. He can get up and pound it home. We know Brazil can. Brazil arguably had the dunk of the year before he got hurt. ESPN Sports Center top 10 number one play, I believe. Early in the conference play, I think most people remember that Matrix-like dunk on the defender. But it's nice to have two athletic players like that on your front line because Arkansas is going to have some nice athleticism in the backcourt as well.
If Trey Biddy were on the show right now, he would tell you that if they're listing Graham at 6'10" when he was 6'9" last year, he's actually 6'7.5". So, he thinks all heights are exaggerated. And you don't grow an inch in a year. He's probably 6'9.25" or something, So it's okay. They can list it. Yeah, I used to be in that business. I know how it goes. So it's okay.
Yeah. Most of the heights, and some of them are inflated though. That's what's interesting to me, are the ones they choose to kind of keep it real with. So they've done that with players as well. But a lot of times you're right. They inflate the heights.
All right, hang tight. There's the music. That is Kevin McPherson, better known as Hoop Scoop, courtesy of Hogville.net. And yes, our friends Chris Walker and company of Fence Brokers. Drive Time Sports coming to you from the SEC Football Media Days. Thanks again to First Security Bank. We'll continue in just one moment.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West. Now, let's go to Arkansas's premier basketball recruiting analyst, Kevin Hoop Scoop McPherson, for all the latest news for anything and everything basketball. Made possible by Fence Brokers. Fence Brokers, going the extra mile.
And welcome back once again to Drive Time Sports and our coverage of the SEC Football Media Days from Nashville, Tennessee, Music City. We've had a few storms come through, guys, and had severe weather and thunderstorm warnings and so forth. So my position, I can't even see outside, but I can get just a little bit of peek, and it looks a little dark out there. Kevin, I got a couple of questions for you by way of our Buzz text line. Said, are there any, this from the 209, which is in California, okay? Are there any worries about the freshmen not getting much playing time and transfer it out like we had this year?
Well, you know, the first part of that, when he used the word worries, I would say, you know, that's reasonable to think that the younger players might not, especially early, might not have rotation roles, you know, and I think Musselman has established in every recruiting class since he's been there, he's going out and getting veteran players, and they typically fill those rotation roles. And so a guy like Moses Moody, the first one and done, was a bit of an anomaly. He was a day one starter. You saw guys like Devo Davis, Jalen Williams, who moved on to the NBA after 2 years. Devo, one of the most storied postseason players in Arkansas history for some of the things he's done to help Arkansas in the last two NCAA tournaments, and he's been a solid regular season player. Even those two guys had to kind of bide their time as freshmen, and they got into the rotation after Arkansas had gotten off to a 2-4 start in league play. So, you know, just historically, when you look at it, you know, last year was half and half. You had 6 freshmen, 3 of them were projected one and done 5 stars. Those guys were in the mix as starters and rotation pieces immediately. We know Nick Smith Jr. missed a lot of games, more than half the season, due to his issue with his knee. But, you know, that was a little bit different. You had 3 other freshmen, by the way, who were top 100 guys and didn't see the court that often. 2 of those 3 have moved on. Joseph Pennion's the lone of that group that's returning, and so he never really forged a role in the top rotation. He did help Arkansas win a couple of SEC games they might have otherwise lost by having some really good games in there and kind of changing the dynamic for a poor three-point shooting team. I say all that to say the track record shows it's hard to crack the rotation as a young player and a true freshman for Eric Musselman. So, you know, I just went through a bunch of the names, kind of reminded people of the paths there. So I think you have to come into it looking at it like, will Layden Blocker and/or Keon Minifield Jr. Be go-to players immediately and be in that top rotation or starting? If you had to guess, maybe not. On the other hand, part of that question was, will it result in guys leaving? Well, kind of went through that history. Some guys left. You know, Chance Moore was Arkansas's lone freshman. 2 or 3 recruiting cycles ago, top 100 player that didn't factor in much, and he left right after the season. Jackson Robinson, another top 100 player that lasted a season, and then he was gone after transferring from Texas A&M. So you had highly recruited players from the high school level, even though Robinson technically was a transfer, but he was a younger player that didn't have much experience. So you see a lot of them do leave. So who knows how it will play out if guys aren't heavily factored into the top rotation that are young. Will that be enough to send them on their way? Will the staff, in player combinations decide it's, that's part of their process of development at Arkansas, kind of like perhaps they've got with Pinion right now, who did return? You just have to see how it plays out.
This from the 501 says, Graham has very good footwork.
Is that
Well,
a question? It's not a question,
he has
is it?
good. He has good footwork as an offensive player, getting getting into his spin moves and pivots when you start talking 15 feet in. But then sometimes when the defense plans for the direction he's going, he doesn't always have a counter. You know, he can counter left or right with a spin, but if you take the spin away, sometimes he doesn't have a great angle. He'll take the shot anyway. Defensively, I still question his footwork. I don't think defensively he has the best footwork. So it depends on what we're talking about, but there are some truths to that statement.
And there is truth about the lack of footwork. And even on defense, and you sometimes can even say that from a rebounding standpoint. This one, Rick, is actually for you from the 501. So there's a great debate starting to surface about Shohei Ohtani being the GOAT. I'd love to hear Rick's thought on that.
Let's see him play another 7 or 8 years before we talk about that. You know, it's interesting, even when they're talking about would somebody trade for him. And the Orioles have been mentioned, you know, would you trade for a guy if this is your shot? They've got such a strong farm system. But the problem is, since he got this blister on his finger, he's only pitched 10 innings. And so how much more is he going to be able to pitch? Can he continue to hit? Yeah. He hit his 35th home run last night. Has he ever hit 60? No. Is he likely to ever hit 60? No. So is he the greatest ever? Right now, you can't even debate if he's the best in baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. is putting up numbers that are pretty astonishing too.
Yeah.
So one of those two is the best player. So you can say, okay, if it's not a clear cut, he's the best player right now. If there's even another player close to him, how in the world could you call him the best ever? No, I think he's a great player, but you can't call him the best ever. He's 28 years old. Let's see how he's doing when he's 34 or 35. We were calling Mike Trout one of the best ever. We called Albert Pujols one of the best ever. When they hit 31, they weren't as good as they were when they were 25. So let's see what happens over the next 7 or 8 years.
All right, Kevin, before we run out of time, great weekend by the Arkansas Hawks. Honor Boateng is playing lights out, but what a great stretch we're seeing of play by the Arkansas Hawks.
Yeah, but you know, back-to-back weekends of live July live eval periods for Division I coaches go out. Boateng 2 weeks ago, 21.5 points, 47% from three, high volume, over 3 makes per game. This last weekend, there was some blue collar stuff in there. He had back-to-back double doubles. So he's putting up numbers once again, scoring, rebounding. He does a little bit of everything. And then Terrion Burgess, class of 2025 national top 30 at a Benton 6'9" combo forward, has played all 5 positions this July in some of these major events for the Hawks, and continues to produce. R.J. Young, class of 2026, has been playing, had 3 30-point games with the 15 and under Hawks 2 weeks ago. They moved him up to 17U in Las Vegas this weekend, and he played well. He had a final game. He scored 10 points on 5 of 7 shooting, but there's a young man that just finished his freshman high school season in Bryant, 6'4" guard, R.J. Young. So he's coming along. By the way, guys, last segment, we didn't get to talk about the Pro Hogs and NBA Summer League. I just put out my final awards. I gave Jordan Walsh MVP. I had Nick Smith Jr. as the most outstanding offensive player. He had the top performance in that 33.4 rebound, 3 assist game. He also had a steal and a block in that game. And then I had Anthony Black. He led all Pro Hogs in rebounding, assists, and steals. Had him as the all-around performer among Pro Hogs in Summer League.
Interesting. And I guess with the exception of those that are playing in the Summer League championship game,
it was last night.
Pro Hogs.
It was last night. Cleveland.
Night. Yeah.
Cleveland won last night.
That concluded on Monday. Yep.
Summer League is over.
Yeah. So what's up with them now, Kevin?
Well, it's interesting because this is what a run in the last 3 weeks from NBA draft to Summer League for the 3 one-and-dones who all got drafted. And Eric Musselman, front center on ESPN and national television at the draft. He attended. He was out there at Summer League on TV talking about it. But at the end of the week, Musselman will be in Little Rock with Moses Moody, the original one-and-done and the most decorated freshman in Arkansas history. He's already won an NBA title as an NBA rookie. But he's going to have a Moses Moody Day. So it's his first annual 2-day event. He'll have a camp on Saturday. Muss will be in for a night with Moses Moody. It's at the Arkansas Museum of Arts here in Little Rock. That'll be a Q&A with invited guests. That's going to be interesting because Moody really was that first domino. He was the first one to raise his hand and said, I'm going to be a one and done. I'm going to play at Arkansas. And he's really, to me, still the blueprint. You can come to Arkansas, be a star. You can rack up all league accolades. You can help the team advance. They went to the Elite Eight when he was a freshman. That was the deepest the program had gone in a quarter of a century. So to me, he's the original. So we've got all this buzz lately, guys, but the one who really started all, Moses Moody, is coming home this weekend. Last year at this time, or in June, it was July, was named Moses Moody Day. The mayor was here, gave him the key to the city. So each year now, Moses is going to give back with some of these events, and proceeds go to charity.
Guys, I think we're off the air. I think we're in a break.
No,
it's
the clock.
It's
The
5:59.
clock is 59:30.
Right, and we
As
break
I'm
at
watching it count
5:58.
down. I don't know why it didn't trigger at 58:10.
Yeah,
but
I think
so
we're
Kevin, have a great day. We'll talk with you on Friday, and then we'll figure out the rest of it here.
That's right.
Because I'm thinking in less than 16 seconds that we should, if nothing else, go to the top of the hour.
I think we're already off, Randy. I think I heard the music briefly.
5
It
seconds.
popped up. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're not going off till 6 o'clock.
Here we
It's
go.
a first.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West.
And welcome back to hour number 3 of our coverage of the SEC Football Media Days 2023 from the Grand Hyatt here in Nashville, Tennessee. Rick Schaeffer, I'm Randy Rainwater. Let's start with this third hour with Marcus's favorite all-time coach, the one and only
Really?
Jimbo Fisher.
Back in the 80s and 90s. So I remember when I was at LSU, when I coached there, we didn't play A&M. But before that, a lot of people always talked about they wish they would have played. They loved the rivalry with A&M back in because they played all in the late 80s and through the 90s. Is a natural rivalry kind of right there. And I think it's great. Again, your two SEC teams that are so close. We're right and say they're coming to Texas. We go into Louisiana recruiting and things. We're both in the SEC West, and they have a great program, and we have a great program, and it's a natural fit to me.
Left side, front row. Chris Farblin, KCU A1FM. Of course, you guys bringing Bobby Petrino as an offensive coordinator, a lot of experience. He's worked at a lot of different places. I just want to know, entering this first season, what are the responsibilities lie between you and Bobby as far as play calling, just running the offense?
Well, I'm not going to get into all the dynamics in which we have, but Bobby takes it. He runs those rooms and does those rooms. We're all now, but I'm in offensive rooms. I'm in defensive rooms all the time as a head coach. You have to be because you get what's going on. But great respect. Like I say, Bobby's one of the best play callers, one of the best offensive minds in college football, has for a long time, and quarterback guys. So he and I have a great respect, great work ethic, and it's been wonderful so far. And then I'm not going to get into from a schematic standpoint of what's going on or that part of it, but it's went very well, and we're very blessed to have him.
Is that good for college football?
I think it's great. I mean, it's one of the natural rivalries. It's one of the oldest rivalries. So it's a great rivalry. It has been for years. And I think it's great for, of course, the SEC, but I think it's great for college football in general. And it's great for A&M and Texas and the state of Texas for, your two significant universities to be right there going against each other each and every, hopefully every year. But however that schedule works out. But to get to play them again, I think it's great for everybody.
Right, proved they have a better team this year.
Well, I think offensively, I think we got to protect the quarterback better. I think we got to have protection and being able to create pockets and things that he can do and establish the lines of scrimmage. I think, being consistent in the routes and being able so a quarterback can make great decisions. I think defensively, I think we got to play the run better. Try to create some more turnovers and be able to be physical up front, but be more disciplined in our gap controls because we got great D linemen and linebackers in the front seven. We got to play the run better, which will allow us to have better third down situations, be able to get off the field. And in the special teams world, I think, to me, everybody looks for the dynamic, but in special teams, it's the consistency. We've got a new long snapper in Jacob Graham, which I think has done an excellent job. We had the kickers last year. We swapped over, and he took over. And our punter, Nick, is doing a great job. Randy Bond, our kicking, and Nick with our punting. And I think stay very consistent. Don't get bored in special teams. And then when you do things, I think in the return game, we have some dynamic guys that can run. I think trying to find ways to give them a little more space initially when they get the ball to get started. Because all great punt returners, everybody says the walls are set. There's those great guys. You just get them started and they get guys in space. They naturally, them and God take over and they kind of end up in the end zone or on big plays. I think making sure we give those guys enough room to get things started in the return game.
That from a defensive standpoint.
And he came to camp. He was from Houston. I knew him very well. Tremendous athlete. Great arm strength. Leader, fighter, as far as I'm saying, not a fight, but I mean a competitor. You know what I'm saying? And a tough guy that's athletic and can throw the football and beat you in a lot of different ways. And he's a heck of a player. I mean, he really is. I mean, I couldn't imagine having a lot of finer athletes on the team than he is and what he does. And we played against him last year, made great decisions against us, tucked the ball a couple times, made some huge runs, and made the throws at the right time. And he's a very good player for them.
And newly recruited Cameron Coleman.
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about Cameron because he's not I'm not allowed to talk about guys that aren't signed, so I can't get into that. But hopefully about all of our guys. Listen, Tom, you as a coach, that's what you want in practice. You want tremendous competition in your players. The guys have to perform every day in practice to stay on the field because they're creating practice habits, which now allow them to create game habits and can perform under pressure. And all your great players, you want that depth. You want to be able to know that if I slip up a day, guy can take my job. That's great to have because it keeps you on your toes and what you have to do. And I think the best teams I've ever been a part of had teams. Our best weren't the games, it was practice, the competition within each position, the competition against offense and defense, and I think that is critical, and I think this is one of the times I think we have that right now in our organization.
Right side fans joining the conference next year.
Well, I mean, when I was at Florida, I was in, I coached at Auburn, I coached at LSU, so I had a little advantage in that, but I think I think that lines of scrimmage are so physical in this league, offense and defensive line. I think you have the size of people, the size of the players in our league, the length, the size. I mean, I'm not talking about just front guys. I'm talking about corners. I'm talking about receivers. I'm talking about tight. I mean, they're massive and long. You know what I mean? The athleticism and it's that makes a difference. Size makes a difference because the body is the length, the wear and tear of a season, the pounding, and I think depth. You got to have depth because guys are going to get banged up in this league. It's a physical league, and that's why there's the most NFL players of any league. And listen, those guys they have great programs. I mean, I'm not here to judge them whether they come in good, bad, indifferent, and they know how to do it. And those coaches know how to do it. They both played in good leagues, so they'll know what to do. But I will say that's one thing in this league: the speed, but the size and the physicality of this league is very unique.
That has a chance to start.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen them since spring practice, and I think they both had a good spring. But I'm hearing they both have feel very good about what they've done. So we'll find out when fall camp starts. And again, you can have great springs and not come into camp. I've had that happen with guys. So you got to make sure that happens. But I'm very confident in both guys. But I think the young guys too. I mean, there's Marcel and those guys, and we have transfer that came in too from Fresno. So I mean, those guys are all really good players. So we'll we'll open up competition. And the way we practice, we put 1s and 3s on the field and 2s and 4s. So our 1s and 4s get the same amount of reps. So we'll get to see them. Those guys jump and show that they can play and get in that battle. We'll find out.
The ability might be there more so this year.
Well, hopefully it is. I mean, from two things: experience, and I think you have speed. And I think the emergence of Noah. See, Noah was our MVP of the spring. Everybody forgets about him. Which I mean, guys, he wasn't good. He was really good. And you didn't get to see him in the spring game because he got nicked up on that first drive in there. But the things he does, the versatility of being in the slot, he can move around. Moose, either you saw last year, can catch the football as well. Ananias' versatility, the things he does. Evan, of course, with uniqueness. And hopefully now you can even take him and move him in different positions to create matchups. And I think that's where the knowledge of those guys can happen. But all those guys have either size or speed or quickness that can create big plays, whether it's going deep or even catch and run things where, in your screen games or your underneath games, and we have. But also Micah Tees, Cottrell. I mean, those guys have done a tremendous job in what they're doing. We had the new Anthony Jordan just came in as a transfer, can really run. There's a great group of guys in that room that can have it, and that's the name of the game. You got to create big plays, and having that ability. I think as we get better in the offensive line to be able to create time and different things that we are able to do, and experience at quarterback, hopefully we can get that ball down the field. Is because Bobby and I have went against each other for many years. There's a lot of things he's done I like, a lot of things I've done he's like. We've been friends for years. But then you always do that. Things that work fit your personnel and how it goes, and then we'll work it through. And how we do.
College Station stand out among that group?
Two things. First, I think in the 12th man and everybody, but the students. There are 36,000 students. They're at the game. They don't sit down. They're at every game. The uniqueness of the fans. No matter when we play, what we play, early day, night, they're always there. And I'm going to tell you the one thing I love about that field, it sits on top of you. You go to all the other places, you're back. Those fields that sit down on top of you, they have a greater effect, in my opinion. I mean, that's me from a road perspective, from being on that road. I mean, and there's true union enthusiasm. You get it right, it's 110,000 people in there. I mean, and what they're doing is added a bunch of new sky boxes across the internet, so there'll be more people now. But, I mean, it's the genuineness, the uniqueness of it, and their true love for it. And those students, man, and those 12-man fans are as good as it gets.
Final question, third row.
Jeff Spiegel, ABC 3340 Sports. Jimbo, when you hear the words hot seat associated with your name, does that challenge you or does it kind of tick you off? Because your body of work is really good.
No, I don't. I mean, you say hot seat. My own not having success motivates me more. I say this from within. Coaches put more pressure and are more competitive than anybody else out there that does it. What you say, how you say, that doesn't affect us. We don't listen to it. You can't. Those are things that don't matter. We know what we have to do and how we have to do it. But you want to have success for your players, 2, the people who work for you, and 3, your fans. That those people that support you, and it's done that way. And you put that own pressure upon yourself to go, because you don't ever like to feel. And listen, my buddy, I was at home this summer, and he said, something happened. We were actually throwing a cornhole. He said, and they were beating us. They were beating me and my son. And we were playing best out of 3, and they won the Sun. They were up 11 or 12-0 in the second game. And he said, now we're going to have to play till you win like we did since you were 3 years old, where you had to sit there and play till you won. You wouldn't leave till you won the game somehow, some way. I said, no, we're going to win it now. We come back and beat them, then beat them second game. We're down. Now, we made a heck of a comeback. But my point was, that's always in us as coaches and players. that compares. Whether you say hot seat, whether you don't say hot seat, I don't. It's not I don't pay attention. You don't pay attention. You can't. You got to go what makes you successful. And anytime I lose one game, I don't care if you're 11-1, 12, whatever it is, that drives you to have success. You want perfection. We're here to have perfection each and every day, and who you are as a person, and what you want for your kids, and get them to understand that. So, does it matter? It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to brush it off, but at the same time, I put that up on myself. I'm on a hot seat when we're 10-0. I don't feel any different whether you're 1-3 or 10-0 when I go into a game and how you prepare and how you look at it. I really don't. I know that sounds, people don't believe that, but that's a fact.
Marks, and then we'll go to questions.
In a trip.
He sounds like a 78 RPM record instead of a 33 or a 45. He just talks that much faster, and it's interesting. Hot seat. It's interesting. Somebody would ask him about that. If I were him, I'd just say, hey, the hot seat means if they fire me, they pay me $77 million. That's not a very hot seat. But it's interesting. So I saw earlier today his interview with Paul Feinbaum, where it's just one-on-one. And he said that there's nobody more competitive than he is, that's a pretty arrogant statement, because I'd say there's probably 14 coaches in the SEC that are just as competitive as he is. I know this was a misstatement. He didn't mean it this way. But he says, just think about this, nobody doesn't want to win more than we do. What he meant was nobody wants to win more than we do. What he said was nobody doesn't want to win more than we do. He said that. I wrote it down. I was so stunned by it. He says nobody doesn't want to win more than we do. Okay, well, I guess they're headed for 0-12 then, because they really don't want to win.
Because they don't care.
Yeah, I know that is not what he meant at all, but I thought that was pretty funny, and I had to write that down. That again was from his interview. I turned on the SEC Media Days a little late. I thought I'd catch some of it. I didn't, and there was Jimbo talking to Feinbaum, and that's what he said.
All right, next up, Eli Drinkwitz, head coach of the Missouri Tigers.
In a tribute to Mike Leach, I'll say I'm not much of an opening statement, so I'll open it up for questions.
We'll go on the left side.
What's it going to look like for you once August starts with the quarterbacks?
Yeah, the competition's been ongoing. Every day is a competition. Who is really providing the things that we determine to be what is significant for determining the starting quarterback: toughness, leadership, decision-making, accuracy, and preparation. So, how do those guys every single day determine those things? How are they reflective in what they're bringing to the table? Quarterback competitions, there's going to be divided up reps. We're going to have specific ways that we get guys reps and challenge those guys. But the reality of it is the teammates are going to know who's the starting quarterback. It'll reveal itself pretty quickly. It's just there's got to be time and place for that to occur. And it's going to be, Brady's going to go out there first, and he's going to have to get beat out. He's going to have to get beat out. It's not like he doesn't start in first. It's just that you can't rest on your laurels. You can't just sit there and anticipate that I can go and have 4 or 5 bad days and it will still be the starting quarterback. Like, we've got to complete the ball vertically down the field. We've got to create explosive plays in the pass game. We've got to be a smart, disciplined decision maker. And whoever does that consistently through the course of fall camp and maybe even into the first couple of games is going to be the guy.
Right side.
Hours, right? Well, what time do you think they close?
I know they're open for dinner.
They are open for dinner. Yeah. Well, and crud, Kaz, let's see if we can get Uber Eats. I'm a connoisseur of cinnamon rolls, and I will be more than happy to put that on Twitter, which one I think is good.
Glad to hear it. Stay in the offense as far as this year's concerned.
Yeah, I think it'll stay in it.
Front row on the left.
I believe.
Yeah, 2 for each area.
2 for each area.
That's a heck of a lot of question in one question. Okay. Defense, 4-point plays. Those are third downs in the red zone. We've got to improve. And then more turnovers. We got to create more turnovers. On the offensive side of the ball, we got to protect the quarterback and run the ball better, and we got to eliminate turnovers. Those 4 things combined would really changed the outcomes of multiple games. On special teams, we got to be much better in our coverage units. There were multiple games where coverage units let us down, created explosive plays or scoring points for the other team. And then consistency on our punts. We were inconsistent in the ball placement and switching a field position. So that would be, offense, defense, and special teams. I think the next question was Luther Burden. Luther needs to continue to take the next step. Obviously, we put a lot on him as a returner, as a guy with the ball in his hands and catching passes. We're moving him more of a slot wide receiver position, which will give him a new set of routes to run and new matchups, but he's still got to be consistent in returning punts and in being creative to get the ball in his hands. He's had an excellent offseason. He's really worked hard. His weight is great. His work ethic has been really good, so excited to see him take the next step in his development.
And benefit from them.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate how appreciative I am to Senator Rowden and Dean Ploshard, our House Speaker of the House, and Curtis Gregory and Governor Parsons, Lieutenant Governor Kehoe, Attorney General Bailey, all those guys who worked really hard, Dusty Schneiders, to come to NIL law that's I wouldn't say benefit the Missouri, benefit our student athletes. This is about providing an opportunity for our student athletes to have the best possible outcome they can have while playing college sports at our university and representing our university. I'm going to do my very best not to create any type of wave, so I'm not going to answer the rest of that question other than just to say I'm appreciative of what the state law is and how we're going to operate right now. And there could be a lot of things in the future that become, but right now, today, how we're operating, I'm very appreciative to the leadership of the University of Missouri and our government in giving Missouri student athletes an opportunity to benefit.
And to you and your staff?
I would, again, just want to thank President Choi, the Board of Curators, and Desiree. I think the message was similar to the message of our players when we returned 18, when we had 18 returning starters retained on our football team. The message is we believe in what you're doing and the process and the work that's put in, and we believe that the results are going to come, and continue to look under the hood on what you can do better, and the things that you're doing really well, keep doing those better. And so very appreciative to them, and now it's up to us to prove that it was the right decision, not only myself but our staff, and to prove that we can accomplish the things that we say we're going to accomplish.
The guard position.
Yeah, Armand Mimbu has had an outstanding summer. You can just see his confidence continue to grow. Just an outstanding athlete, offensive lineman who has gotten stronger. He's so powerful. He played really good at the right tackle position, but providing position flexibility, I think, is huge for his growth and development and future career in the NFL. And man, he's so strong. He's got great range and good feet. So he's going to be very, very powerful at that guard position, and look forward to him anchoring that position for us.
Fourth row.
Eli, Jesse Simonson on 3. You made a strong hire in Coach Baker a year ago, and obviously the defensive strides that you guys made were quite notable. What gives you optimism that you've made a similar move in Kirby Moore this offseason for the Tigers offense?
Yeah, I think obviously Blake was just the perfect hire for us in the perfect situation. It's a combination of his personality as well as his leadership ability on the defensive side of the ball to get really 5 guys that had never worked together all on the same page and get that defensive unit to really gel together and buy into his vision. And, when I look at Blake, I see a guy who's going to be a future head coach and a guy who has the it factor to being successful, and just really thankful that our board and AD and president gave him an extension to keep the continuity on our defensive side of the ball.
everybody's uniquely different, and every situation's a little bit different. But I think Kirby, much like Coach Baker, has the right kind of chip on his shoulder with a little bit of a edge to prove something, to prove that he's not just the brother of somebody else, or that he's just been around some really good offenses, that he can do it. And he's a grinder. He's a great communicator and teacher. So I have a lot of confidence in his organization and the characteristics. And Cruddy's a good play caller, man. You watch, really the games that I watched were not the games that his quarterback, Jake Hayner, was playing. It was the ones when Jake was hurt and he had to call plays without Jake. And you look at those games and you go, wow, this guy really understands how to put a game plan together. And, and the other games I like to watch is when you're a group of five school and you got to play a Power 5 opponent. How do you game plan for that? How do you adjust? And, when he was there, whether it was the bowl game calling plays or Oregon State or Washington State or USC, watching those games and how he attacked those defenses and gave his team an opportunity through play calling to win a game, I thought was very impressive.
Drive Time Sports will continue. We'll wrap it up in just one moment.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West.
And welcome back as we put the finishing touches on day number 2 of the Southeastern Conference Football Media Days, being brought to you by our good friends at First Security Bank, UAMS, and Kaufman by Design West. Next, 2-time defending national champion, Kirby Smart, and they are on a roll.
106.7 in Auburn. Coach, there's uncertainty about future schedules in the SEC, but there seems to be a push to keep the Auburn-Georgia game on the schedule. I'd love to know your thoughts on the rivalry and the importance of continuing to play that game moving forward.
Extremely important, border rivalry, a lot of ties between the two schools, the Vince Dooley, Pat Dye connection, a lot of respect for Auburn and Hugh. There's a lot of great rivalries. We seem to be, I think somebody told me this once, that we're the only school that has 5 contiguous states. So go figure. You end up with a lot of rivalries when you touch 5 states. So priorities will be based on what the SEC office thinks best. I don't have a lot of input on that. I kind of just deal with the hand that we get.
On the aisle, 4th row.
Corey LaBounty, WNSP 105.5, Mobile, Alabama. Coach Smart, your team back-to-back national champions. You talk about complacency and the challenge with complacency. Your team coming into this year, how do you go ahead and address all of those issues internally and block out the external factors?
Well, we address them by the people we bring in our organization. I think you start by developing good people and bringing good people in. I just talked about it on the main floor, but we look for 2 characteristics: people that love football and people that embrace a selfless role. Once you do that, they don't have complacency because they have the right hardwiring. So, people that worry about outcomes like, oh gosh, my ego, why am I not getting the ball? Or like, oh man, we lost the game. Complacency sets in on those people because when they hit a milestone, they don't know how to respond to it. So we want people that are intrinsically motivated. I mean, they come from inside out and they want to be great regardless of that. Now, do we have all players like that? No. We're trying to move our needle to get the majority that way so that we can stomp out that complacency. And we just want to be as dominant, as good as we can be, and that starts with competing against each other.
Front row. Chris Farbling, KSU 81 FM. The Florida-Georgia game is a rivalry that's been in Jacksonville for several decades. It's one of the most storied traditions in the SEC. But the future of the game's location has been in question with potential renovations to TIAA Bank Field. You've been vocal. You've said you believe the game is better on campus. Could you go into more detail on why you believe the game should be played at Gainesville and Athens?
Well, first off, you misspoke about the game. It's the Georgia-Florida game. Okay, so I want to clear that up. But for us, I really don't care where the game's played. I want what's best for the student athlete, and I want what's best for our program. Unfortunately, if you consider that to be a premier matchup in a national game, there's no recruit that will ever take an official visit or get to visit the campus while the game's in Jacksonville. That's just physically impossible. So both universities, not just Georgia, lose out on an opportunity to showcase their campus in the greatest light there is. And to me, that's really important. Every university I've been at, you had that feature game that everybody in the country wanted to come watch. Now, with that said, in the ever-changing landscape and the speeding up of recruiting, more kids are getting recruited in June in official visits, and they're finishing, like right now, the number of commitments we have. So less effect the season has on coming to games. So that's probably less than some. And with the renovation of the stadium, we're probably going to get to see how it is playing at a different location in the next 2 years.
Left side, 4th row.
Hey, Coach Jamal Kennedy, WSFA 12 Sports in Montgomery, Alabama. Georgia's the first school to go back-to-back national championships in football since Alabama did it, and you've been a part of both storied programs. Not asking you to compare, but do you see sort of what was built at Alabama now sort of starting to take shape here at Georgia?
Again, I wouldn't compare. I think the two circumstances are very different. Two different programs led by different people. A lot of respect for Nick and the things I learned from him, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time with him as an assistant coach. But what we're doing right now is based on the players and the people in the organization we have, not anything relevant to what we had when I was there.
Left side, third row.
Hey, Coach. Taylor Kaufman with CBS 42 in Birmingham. What do you have to say to people who maybe say that Georgia's schedule is a cakewalk?
And come play it. I mean, I'd love to invite any team in the country who wants to play in the SEC. Come right ahead. You know, and I don't get into comparisons year to year, but I'm a big believer in opening with a great game, a great kickoff game. We've done that repeatedly. We've scheduled that out. I think we got UCLA, Ohio State, FSU, Louisville, all in coming years. Clemson next year. We had Oregon, and we had Clemson before that. So a lot of things I can control. I don't control the narrative that people create outside of our building.
Right side, second row.
Coach Michael Bronner, WNSP in Mobile. You're obviously building a recruiting machine. You talk about rooting out complacency. How do you go about doing that when you're bringing in so many talented players?
Well, you teach. You know, you teach kids. You show them evidence that, like, work works. Like we say, hard work works. Like if you work really hard and you buy into the team concept and you contribute some kind of way, your time's coming. You're going to play. We've had a lot of freshmen go out and start and play, and I think there's a misnomer that when you recruit well, that means you have to sit and wait. We started 2 true freshmen last year on defense, the very first game. So when you recruit talented people and you got people that are selfless, that love the game, you've got an opportunity to have good success.
Left side over here, third row.
Hey, Coach, Ben Portnoy from the State Newspaper. I'm just curious, you mentioned a little bit of the rivalry question and the scheduling going forward. South Carolina's not on the schedule in 2024. I guess that game's now been played 30 straight years. It won't be next year. Is that a game that you'd like to see stay on the schedule going forward as the SEC does come to a resolution on the scheduling model beyond 2024?
Yeah, I'd love for it to. I think it's we're on that side of the state. You know, the distance between the two is important to have those rivalries. But I'm also not going to sit here and say the other side of the fence is we had 2 unique teams join our conference, and it's hard for everybody to play everybody in the scheduling model we have. So I respect the difficulty in the schedule-making process that our conference has.
Right side on the aisle.
Hey, Kirby. John Sokoloff with WCBI-TV in Mississippi. I know you guys obviously are playing Ole Miss this year. I know you and Lane Kiffin are good friends through the tweets, whether hearing about group chats or also you guys being on the same staff for a couple of years. I guess what's your relationship with him like? What do you think of him, and what are you looking forward to about playing on November 11th?
Well, I'm not looking forward to playing him because he's really difficult to prepare for and against. I know firsthand how smart he is. He's one of the best offensive minds in football. He sees things from the field as a quarterback and a coordinator. He communicates those things really well to his players. He prepares his team well. I have a lot of respect for Lane, and you say, what is our relationship? It's a friendship that we work together. We worked hard together. Like we had the same goal, and I thought he did a tremendous job at Alabama. He made my job easier because he scored a lot of points. And I appreciate the friendship that we've been able to maintain, and that he doesn't let recruiting, whether we're recruiting the same person, come between us. It's bigger than that.
Second row.
Tyler Shaw with KBTX and College Station. Last year, you somehow convinced some of the team that people were picking them to go 7-5 and were being overlooked. I guess, how do you convince a defending national championship team of that? And I guess, how much more difficult does it get going for a third one?
Yeah, it's so funny you say that because I've never brought that up to our team. I think our team would laugh at me if I said we were going to go 7-5. So there's a mistake out there somewhere that's ever been brought up by me. Now, I've heard quotes from players that said that. They might have read it somewhere. They might have believed it, but it never came from me because I'm a big self-confidence coach. So the entire offseason last year, I told them how good they could be because all they heard about was how many players they lost. And I pumped that through and through that we had a tremendous team and we're going to be a really good team and they're going to go out and play competitive football. But I don't get into the narratives because once you start using that to motivate your team, you're going to struggle.
Right side, second row.
Good morning, Coach. Brianna Jones with WTBY in Dothan, Alabama. Earlier, Kamari said that the team's only weakness was really maintaining the positive mindset. How do you guys do that and create your own identity when you're constantly being compared to Alabama?
Yeah, I don't know that we're constantly compared. I haven't noticed us being constantly compared to Alabama. I wouldn't feel that way. I feel like we're compared against our own success and the success we've had since being there. I think we're one of the only teams in the country to finish 7 years in a row, maybe, or 6 years in a row in the top 7. So not just about championships, it's being relevant every year. That our positive mindset comes from we create that ourselves by what we do and say to each other, and Kamari is a big part of that because he is a positive young man.
Left side, second row.
Kirby, Jeff Spiegel, ABC 3340 in Birmingham. There's a perception out there that while this program has done a lot of great things on the field, off the field is lacking in accountability and discipline. What can you say today to address that perception?
I would say talk to any of the players within our organization, talk to the retention rate that we keep with our players. Our players respect the fact that they're under a microscope and that they always will be as athletes, but we've got one of the highest character, highest GPA, one of the best teams we've had. So I'm very confident about our team and our culture.
Final 2 questions to your right, standing up.
Hey, Coach. Connor Hines here with WMAZ in Macon. You talk a lot about eating off the floor. How does a guy like Javon Bullard sort of embody that, especially given his finish with the back-to-back MVPs at the end of the season?
Yeah, Javon's a guy that had a chip on his shoulder. He was another not highly recruited guy. He loves football, and he embraces a selfless role. And he came in the COVID class. So there's another evidence of a guy like Kamari and a guy like Brock Bowers that bought into the team concept, loves it. He loves to eat off the floor. He likes that saying. He's a hard worker that overcomes a lot. And a lot of people didn't have high accolades on him, but we like the intrinsic character in him, and it's paid off because he's a tough physical leader in our team.
Final question, right?
And that is Kirby Smart. We will continue with our coverage of the SEC Football Media Days being brought to you by First Security Bank in just one moment.
Coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by First Security Bank. Bank better at First Security. And brought to you in part by UAMS and Kaufman by Design West.
And you heard from Kirby a moment ago. Kirby Smart, head football coach of the Georgia Bulldogs, two-time defending champion Georgia Bulldogs. We'll finish up day 2 coverage with the head football coach of the Auburn Tigers, first-year head coach, Hugh Freeze.
Coach, right side, second row.
Terrell Dafford's Locked on Auburn. Coach, I've heard you mention publicly before that everywhere you've been, you guys and your coaching staff has done a great job of turning around programs quickly on a timeline that's probably quicker. How do you rank the Auburn situation coming into your 2 previous stops? Easier, harder, as far as getting the timeline expedited?
If you'll permit me, I would love to. So when I took over at Arkansas State, they had never had a winning season since going FBS. And we won 10 games in year 1, won the Sun Belt Conference. Then we come to Ole Miss, and they had not won an SEC game in 2 years. And we win 7 games that year and go to a bowl game. Then Liberty moving to FBS, which I thought was probably after spring ball. I was like, we will not win a game, because somehow we won 8 games. Now, how do I compare Auburn to that? I've thought about this question, and I honestly don't know. I would think it would be easier at Auburn. But yet the league probably has gotten better than it was when I took over at Ole Miss. And so I'm not sure that's an accurate feeling. Now, I was blessed at all of those spots to have quarterbacks that played really well. Bo Wallace and Ryan Applin at Arkansas State, and then Buckshot to Malik at Liberty, and I think that's, you don't have a trigger guy that plays well, you don't have much of a chance to turn it very fast. And so I think a lot will weigh upon how effective we are at that spot. But great question. We have had success doing that. I hope that continues.
Coach, left side, third row. Dan Peck, ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. Coach, 42 new players on the roster since the season ended. You've been working really hard in recruiting. What are the benefits of recruiting to Auburn and any challenges you've encountered trying to recruit to Auburn along the way?
Benefits, I think Auburn should be easy to recruit to. We've got the support, the administration, the facilities, the history. It ought to be Jordan-Hare's an incredible place to go play a game in. So I think we have a lot of great things. I think the culture in the Auburn family is great to recruit to. I think the challenges are you have to hear from a lot of the players that you're recruiting that are elite players. Well, there's no alignment at Auburn. There's no alignment at Auburn. Well, that may have been the case in the past. That's not the case now. And I think they'll sense that if we can get them to campus and they can see the alignment that we have from President Roberts down to John Cohen to myself and to our staff. And so I think the positives far outweigh. I think the greatest challenge that you mentioned is the fact that we have 42 new players and I don't know all their names yet. That's the way I feel. I do. But, I mean, I have not had a time to have deep conversation with all of them. I mean, you literally recruit a portal kid for 2 days, you sign him, he comes to work, and particularly the ones after spring, they come to work with your strength staff, and you're trying to take a little time off, and I mean, that's uncomfortable. And how we're going to mold that in a short amount of time into a unit and a team is probably one of that back to the first question, that may be my greatest challenge to turn this program as fast as the others, is because there's so much new to this.
Right side, back row. Hugh, John Sokoloff with WCBI down in Mississippi. I know you played against Ole Miss with Liberty a few years ago, but now that you're back in the SEC, you're playing against them this year, and considering your history with Ole Miss, what kind of emotions are you expecting out of that game this year?
Oh, gosh. I hadn't had a chance to think about that one. Well, the emotions I had when I went back, when I was coaching at Liberty, I would think that probably was, I don't know that I'll feel a lot of emotions since I've already done that. And it was back in Oxford. But the day couldn't have gone any better other than the outcome. My family was welcomed, loved on, line at the bus to welcome me there and to see me after the game. I think most people there have great fond memories of what we did there. And obviously we're disappointed at the same time with the way it ended, but I think when time has a way of let's remember the great times we had together, and it's home to me. I mean, I was born and raised there, and so it'll always be a special place, but I have great respect for what Lane's done there, and I have a lot of friends there, and he's doing a nice job, but I really hadn't, they're coming to our place, so that it won't be like I'm going back to Oxford. It would just be me, and that's been a long time. I mean, that'll be 7 seasons. So it's not like, it's not like it was yesterday, so I don't think I'll have a lot of emotions other than the fact that I'm going to win.
Second row left side, then pass the mic forward.
Hi, Coach. Claudia Chakamian with WHNT in Huntsville. Just wanted to ask, first of all, why was Cameron Stutz a guy that you wanted to bring to SEC Media Days today? And then what are you expecting out of Alex McPherson this year as kicker, his second year at Auburn, and how important is he going to be to the success of this team?
Stutz has done everything exactly the way you want an Auburn football player to operate. He's a senior. It wasn't easy. Jeremiah Wright's another one, but I do think you need an old lineman. I don't know. I've always believed that, man. You just don't get a lot done without that crew playing well. And I need one or two of those guys to be true leaders. Tay Johnson's the same way. It was not an easy decision, but Cameron's certainly worthy of being here. And then your next question was, listen, I hadn't had a kicker that could put it through the uprights in a long time consistently. It's driven me crazy now. I mean, to the point where I'm just going for it. And look, we hadn't had a game yet, so I'm not, but in spring practice, I was like overjoyed, like every time we kicked, like, oh my gosh, I got a kicker. This guy can put points on the board. And that's the way I felt about him after spring practice. And hopefully that continues throughout the season.
Right side, back row.
Corey LeBounty, WNSP 105.5 in Mobile, Alabama. Coach, you've been on the job close to 8 months now. What have you learned most about the Auburn culture, and what fascinates you most about the Auburn program?
It may be the most welcoming, friendliest. Listen, we love we love the community. We love our church there. It's been incredible. Our pastor Miles has been awesome. My family is all there, so that makes it better for me, truthfully. I don't know. I feel like I'm the luckiest coach to have, 2 of our daughters are out of school and married, and to have them there, and then our youngest to be a student there, and us to all get to experience this together probably makes it better. Not that the other places haven't been. We loved our time in Oxford and have great friends there, and Lord, our time on Liberty Mountain was incredible too. But the passion that the Auburn people have for this program and their hunger to see it return is evident everywhere you go. Listen, for us to sell more season tickets at this point than ever in the history of the program, I don't think that speaks to me or our staff. I just think it speaks to the fact that the Auburn people are showing their support for this program and what they believe it can be. So it's been really welcoming.
And that was Hugh Freeze and his thoughts today at the SEC Football Media Days. Tomorrow will be a busy day once again. Alabama, Arkansas will get it started, and that's always a treat to be here for the event of the King arriving. That is.
So, Randy, as you listen to these coaches, are any of them going to lose?
No, they're all going to be undefeated.
They're
all going to be 12-0. and
amazing.
somehow they'll try to figure out how they make a playoff just to see who plays in the SEC championship game.
You're right.
For Rick Schaeffer, I'm Randy Rainwater. Thanks to First Security Bank. Have a great rest of the evening. So long, everybody.
And a good Tuesday evening to you. Welcome to the show that's as gonzo as it wants to be. You know who was born on this date in 1937?
Yes.
I mean, he's on my shirt.
Gonzo himself. Right
He's
there.
on my shirt.
Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson.
Yep.
Well, a good Tuesday evening to you on this Hunter S. Thompson
Have you ever read
birthday
any of his stuff?
celebration. Like every word of it.
It's like
there's a reason I wear a shirt.
there
that
was
says,
a.
when
I've
the
always
going
loved that.
gets
When the going
weird,
gets weird.
the weird turn pro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And you know, it's funny. I watched a documentary on him on TV, and the guy was out there.
You reckon?
Have you ever
out
seen?
there.
Have you ever seen? I can't remember where it was published. I'll try to track it down. But there was like basically his daily routine. It is horrifying.
Well, yeah. I mean, he smoked cigarettes and drank whiskey, or drank rum, drank everything.
Yeah, that's not even.
Yeah, that's. I know.
That was just exercise.
Yeah, that was just exercise.
That was before 6 a.m. The third time he woke up.
I mean, the stuff they went through. But anyway.
Good stuff.
You know who we got here in the studio?
Yeah, speaking of Gonzo,
Rico, Rico Royale's in studio with us. Rico Royale.
Wake up, Trey. It's time for shots.
It's Rich Cosgrove, and he, as he often does, has brought some ribs from Whole Hog Barbecue, North Little Rock.
What's up, guys?
Damon is happy, too.
Makes the weather Yeti happy.
It makes Damon so happy. Y'all talked about climate change, and he didn't even snap at
No,
anybody.
he didn't.
He was so happy he was eating ribs.
Yeah, he's come over to the dark side.
Oh, man.
Well, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Rich, also, you know, something else you brought. Last time you were here, you brought some of the last Michelob lagers in anywhere.
I did.
And you put something in my hand as we were kicking off the show tonight that I don't think's been in my hand since I used to frequent Ray
Easy boy.
Winderfield.
Ray Winderfield.
Easy boy.
We still talking about?
We got Foster's Lager. Got
Foster's, man.
Yes, sir.
An oil can of Foster's.
When you're a big beer drinker, Trey, you drink big beers.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
There you
well,
go.
we're going to have a big time tonight. It's hot out there, and we're going to talk about some ways to beat the heat. Rich likes to do some trout fishing, and so we're talking a little bit about trout fishing in Arkansas.
And you've been up on where did you go? Spring River?
No, I was up on the Norfolk last
yeah.
week, and went and made a trip to Dry Run Creek. That's going to be featured in one of our segments tonight as well. But yeah, we're going to tell you about some places to go, some of our honey holes to, you know, it's always a few degrees cooler on the trout streams.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And,
you know, I can remember taking my little flat bottom up to Winkley Shoals and putting in and running up, sitting there on a hot day, fog start rolling in. You'd get there about 4, fog start rolling in on the river about 6:30. Temperature just felt it felt 20 degrees
Mm.
cooler. You catch trout, go home, stop, get a little dinner on the way, and home on the way, and just have a blast. I love this time of year for fishing.
Nothing wrong with taking a little dip over the side.
Nothing.
Well, that's it. In addition to trout streams, I wanted to talk a little bit tonight about some smallmouth streams. That's another good way to beat the heat. You know, wade up waist deep, get out there amongst them, and you can stay cool.
No doubt. And the rivers this time of year, they've been high and rolling. I think they're
Well,
starting to stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but that is a great point, Mark. Usually this time of year, you're not. I mean, you're going to be doing a lot of dragging when you're floating. But the amount of rain we've had over the last week, here, not every day, but we've been spread out enough and heavy enough that putting some water in some of those flashy streams in the Ozarks and Ouachita.
We were up there 5 days last week, and no generators running, and the water was great.
Yeah.
Nice.
I wonder what they're doing. We might have Philip be telling us a little bit about what's going up on the Ouachita River.
Let's find out what's going on over there in the Diamond Lakes area. Let's get to that fishing report right now.
It's time for the Trader Bill's Outdoors Fishing Report. With locations in Hot Springs and Little Rock, Trader Bill's is your one stop for all things outdoors.
And we go to the Edwards Food Giant hotline now and welcome in Philip Castor from Trader Bill's Outdoors. Philip, what is going on over there in your neck of the woods?
Well, you missed the big picture of things on that little deal. You know why there's a Tuesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night tournament on all of our lakes?
Because it's cool.
We're dodging the heat.
No doubt.
And, oh, by the way, there's been a 10, 2 8, and a 7 caught out of Ouachita on the last 2 weekends. Now we're switching to Hamilton. There's been, 2 weekends ago, there were 3 8s, 1 7 caught on a Tuesday night tournament. I mean, that's when you catch the big fish.
Yeah, you do.
Whenever it's ridiculously hot the way it is right now, is, at 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 in the morning. And guess what, guys? It's about half the temperature.
And the interesting thing too, Philip, is those folks that have live scope. I was talking to somebody the other day that fishes these night tournaments. They said about dark, you could watch these fish start moving in on these humps and, ridges, and you could just watch them swimming up. He said it was incredible. He said the little ones start coming up first, and they started catching some big ones after it got dark.
Absolutely. Live scope doesn't matter whether it's day or night.
Right.
Light means nothing to live scope. So you're sitting it there. And the other deal is boat dock lights. You got a spotlight shining on the water at the end of the boat dock. You're not necessarily entertained by the light in the water. What you're doing is you're looking at the fish that are attracted to that light using live scope. And so that's another reason why these guys are catching those fish. You just got to be able to play the game.
Philip, I heard you were talking about some of those big fish. One of our friends of the show fished a tournament over there last Friday night on Hamilton. I heard there was a 10-pounder caught and maybe like 24 to win that thing Friday night. The one Jack fished, Mark.
It was
like 24 pounds. That's solid.
It was a ridiculous stringer, and that just goes to show what you can do if you know what you're playing with the game. You've just got to be able to pull it to a brush pile, just like you are crappie fishing, except you're bass fishing. And when you're crappie fishing, you're catching, a pound and a half crappie, and you're throwing them in the ice chest. Whenever you're fishing at night, you're fishing for, $1,000, $2,000, whatever it is, whatever the pot is worth. But you're doing the same thing. And these guys are throwing a Texas rig worm, whether you're throwing Old Monster or Mac 2 or whatever worm you're throwing, and you're trying to sight fish that fish into a bite.
No doubt. And you got all that at Trader Bill's in Hot Springs and in Little Rock.
Absolutely. Well, and Little Rock,
Yep.
too. I mean, we've got all that stuff. Scott's got all that stuff in Little Rock as well as Hot Springs. Got a great deal on both guys. This is the heat of the summer. If you've got a little bit left for your family to go out on the lake and have fun, we have life jackets, we got water toys, we got anything you might need for the family to go have fun.
Man, we appreciate it.
Philip, good stuff, man. We will catch up with you next week, man. Appreciate the report.
Have a good week.
Thanks, Philip.
Philip Kastner from Trader Bill's Outdoors on the Edwards Food Giant Hotline. You know, one thing I was going to get Philip to talk about, Mark, you can talk about it. Fish care, man, super important this time of year.
This time of year, go get you some. I like to freeze those smaller Gatorade bottles. Keep them in my, ice chest in the boat. You start catching fish out of 20 feet of water, 18 feet of water. Once that temperature gets above 80, 86 degrees, and you're pulling them out of deep water, they get barotrauma. So you need to really get some fin clips, put them on the front fins to keep those fish floating belly down in the water. Put some an ice can of ice or a bottle of ice in one side of the live well, and then get you some Rejuvenate or some G juice and put it in there, which is just salt. It just helps to replace the slime.
Not salt. You know, you were talking about how hot it's been. I've been following the Del Brown Permit Tournament Invitational down in the Keys going on, and all.
It's incredibly
super hot down there. And Mike Frenette out of Venice Marina, Redfish Lodge, Louisiana, showed a photo on Instagram. I think it was yesterday or the day before. The Gulf with 91 degrees.
That's not good for those fish. They move off. They'll go somewhere.
Yeah, it's not good. If we get a storm coming off the west coast of Africa across the Atlantic, it could get intense.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to be talking trout fishing and smallmouth creek fishing or whatever kind of creek fishing, ways to stay cool and beat the heat in the Arkansas summertime. Stick around. More Wild Side coming up. Welcome back to the Wild Side. Trey Reed and Mark Hedrick with you. Damon Poole in the control room. Actually, not in the control room right now.
He would have to get him a couple of Mountain
he
Dews.
went down to the truck, and I don't know what he's doing. We have Fosters and ribs in here. I don't know why he would need to leave, but
he actually went to get some like a Mountain Dew or something to go with the ribs.
He needed a little caffeine, so the ribs don't give him the itis.
He stays here till like 3 or 4 in the morning. I don't know, what time he leaves, but
I have eaten I enjoy these ribs from Whole Hog North Little Rock. I'm glad you brought them. Rich Cosgrove from Whole Hog North Little Rock, and friend of the
What's
show,
up, guys?
in here with us on a hot Tuesday night in Arkansas. But I went to Edwards Food Giant today.
Yeah, we were
Mark.
just talking about Edwards at the break.
Yeah, we don't have anybody on we had Philip Castor on the Edwards Food Giant hotline first segment, but nobody's scheduled tonight. And if you want to call us 501-661-1037. We'll take your questions, listen to your comments, whatever you want. There's Damon. He's got something. But it's not as good as his Foster's that Rich brought me, but he's got something.
Rich was talking about, he likes the chicken livers, and I'm a chicken liver guy, but I like their pork chops on Thursday with the white gravy, and I'm telling you, it looks like a plaster print of a Yeti foot. These things are giant. They are giant.
Well, let me tell you how it worked out for me today, Mark. I go in there, it's kind of an afterthought, but I was out, and I was like, well, I'll grab some Edwards before I get back to work after lunch. It's because I had a haircut this morning in the neighborhood, so I go in and they're down to they have the roast beef today, and they serve it over rice. So they're down to the bottom, and the person that's waiting on me, putting the plate together, is going to go to the back to get some more. I said, no. They have a famous po' boy in New Orleans called the debris, which is that bottom of the barrel of that roast beef. Yeah. And I was like, I want that. It's all chunky and it's soaking up all that au jus.
I love
so
that.
good.
Yeah, I love that. I love it.
Yeah, I can feel my cholesterol spiking after the ribs and
did you
for
take
dinner.
An extra Crestor today?
Actually, I didn't pick. That's why I was in the neighborhood. I had the haircut. I was getting my prescription across the street at Walgreens for my Crestor.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm trying to do my part.
Thank you. Well, it's if I've got to take the medicine, I might as well eat the meat, right?
But Rich will send us. He just sent a picture of his lovely wife Nancy catching her first fish on the Little Red on a fly rod, which I thought was really cool. And her form, I like it better than yours, Rich.
There's no contest.
Yeah, there's no contest. But y'all love going to Little Red and fishing, especially when it's hot like this. Yeah, I know you're a big brim fisherman in the spring.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's great. It's a fine fishery, one of the finest fisheries in the world. Most people know that, but this time of year, especially when it's really hot, and we do take a dip. And I don't wear my waders. Just wear my Keen sandals and go out there and go after them.
Wet wading. It feels good this time of year when it's this hot. What did Nancy catch that? What kind of fly was she using?
Caught on a little midge.
Okay.
Tiny midge.
Now, was it a dry or was it a merger?
Yeah.
Okay,
we'll put it on the Facebook page. We'll put her catching that on our Wild Side.
Yeah, she had a strike indicator in there, and she surprised when.
And she was fishing off a dock, which was cool.
Yeah, and left-handed. If you saw that.
Yeah. And what's funny is I was up there with my son at a place a few weeks ago, or about a month ago, and River was getting it. I mean, it was getting. He'd caught him that morning because it hadn't been real. They hadn't run water, but they were running it now. And I had a pretty big rooster tail on. I just cast it out in the water. I was reeling it back. And I don't know what hit it, but I mean, it started stripping line and running, and I mean, it just ended up breaking me off. I was just using but I didn't expect to hook anything.
Wow,
that could break my line.
You put too much pressure on it, did you?
Dude, I don't know what I did. It went upstream and then turned and started going straight downstream toward another dock. I was done.
You know what it was? It was probably the world record brown trout.
No question.
No. Well, every fish I've ever lost is a potential world record.
Of course.
I don't care what.
Nothing to prove you otherwise.
No. If you don't have a picture, it doesn't count.
Speaking of trout fishing in the Little Red, 1 week from tomorrow, we'll be heading up to the Little Red River with David Basil and Roger Scott from Morning Mayhem here on 103.7 The Buzz. And we're going to have a big time staying right across the river from you, actually.
I'm going to come up, I think, and hang with you, Rich.
Yeah, you need to come.
I'm going to come with Rich and hang with you.
Well, I'm hoping to maybe get some wade fishing in with the fly rod on Wednesday evening. And we're going to do morning mayhem there on Thursday morning. And then we're going to get out with Lowell Myers from Swirl Lip 'em All Guide
man, what a great
Service,
guy.
fishing trout magnets.
Yeah.
And Damon, hold on, let me turn your control room on. What'd you say, Damon? He said, "Lord help us." That didn't come through.
No, it
did
didn't
it?
come
Okay,
through.
I don't know what's up. Your button may be off in there, dude.
I think Damon's button's always been a little off.
Oh, Damon!
Bam! Shots fired.
Yeah,
Watch out!
Still not working.
This is when you do it. When his button's not working, this is when you fire.
He's just poking and poking, and
No
Damon
doubt.
can't strike back.
So what is your bait of choice when you go up there?
Well,
I know you like light line, short.
I do.
Spinning rods.
I do. 4 foot 8 inch rod.
Yeah, he
4
loves it.
pound test, and it's my go to is either a Panther Martin, black with yellow spots, or I call it the Hedrick minnow. It's a shallow runner, Rapala, Shadrap, silver minnow number 7.
Yeah.
It's a getter every time.
Catches. Well, that's what Trey and I caught him on up
Number 7 Shadrap.
Yeah, up there on Maumelle.
First time we ever fished together.
It catches everything.
He rused the day that happened, but
it was a blast.
I do have to give a shout out to a little lure that I don't catch fish on a whole lot. It's tiny. And I caught them all afternoon on it. It's called a super duper. You know what that is?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I like every 10 or 15 minutes all afternoon in the hot sun. It's the only thing they would hit, and they never quit.
Nice.
We're talking beating the Arkansas heat, doing so by trout fishing right now. We may hit some smallmouth creeks and talk about some of our favorite trout fisheries as well. But so stick around. More Wild Side coming up.
Yeah, y'all.
Welcome back to the Wild Side, where Mark Hedrick and Rich Cosgrove are making up words.
We are. I mean, we got to make.
I want to have like a secret word, that we say and we don't tell anybody, and people call in and try to guess what it is.
I have a secret sign. Everybody in my family has a secret sign. We have one secret sign if we need it. That's it. I mean,
that's subtle.
How subtle is that? Yeah,
it's a secret sign, though. It's just.
I think that's an emoji in the Apple library.
I mean, it might be, but it's a heck of a sign.
It's like palm to the face, except you've got your palm out.
How do you do that?
What the hell are you doing, Mark?
It's like yoga.
Yeah, it is. It's you got to be.
You know what my
very
secret word
lithe.
would have been tonight? One of my favorite Hunter S. Thompson words that he used often: atavistic.
Oh, yeah.
Atavistic.
Yeah.
That would have been my secret word tonight. It's no secret that Jeff from Benton is on line one. Jeff wants to talk about Little Red Generation, and who doesn't? Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, no, not a lot. Just headed to Hot Springs for a little bit of business, and heard y'all talking about the trout fishing, and so I fish actually live I drive past the trout magnet every day. I know the other Jeff there. He lives right down the road from me.
Nice.
Smith.
So yeah. So I grew up right there on that section of the Little Red, and what we're running into this time of year, we'd love to get up there and fish, but the way their generation patterns, unless you got a jet prop or you want to wade, it's getting really, really hard to catch that river where you can, launch and fish with just your regular rig. And so I was just curious. I mean, does Corps engineers, do they just strictly base all their generation on energy production, especially since the lake, not out of control?
Flood control and energy.
Yeah, energy production and how much water's in it. And that's really it. I mean, they will this time of year, Jeff, they'll what Game and Fish calls fish water, just to give a little pulse if they haven't generated, in an amount of time to try to keep those water temperatures down, especially down there around Pangburn where they're starting to warm up anyway. But other than that, I mean, it's really all about making electricity and keeping the water levels where they want them behind the dam, and recreation falls way down on the list of priorities.
And that's where I learned to trout fish at Pangburn. I used to sit on that old Pangburn bridge with my granddad, and we'd cast out and catch trout off that bridge. It was that's a beautiful area down there.
Well, it was kind of, we were able to catch it Sunday morning, about 6 foot at Dewey at 3:05. And, there was only one other boat there, and that this time of year on the weekend, and that river as nice as it is, I mean, just there can't hardly, it's hard to fish, and it just kind of gets frustrating that
no doubt.
You can't even access some of the best time of year to get down there. So I was just curious to, put that bug in somebody's ear. It'd be nice if we could access it more.
Yeah.
So.
I don't have any argument there, Jeff. Hey man, we appreciate the call and good fishing to you. Thanks for calling us, man.
Yeah. Thanks.
Why don't we go ahead and do our keepers and calls?
All right, man. Whatever you say, Mark.
And Rich may even have a
It's time for this week's Keepers and Calls, presented by Battery Outfitters. Sometimes you keep them, sometimes you throw them back. But when it comes to your battery needs, the service and selection at Battery Outfitters are always keepers.
Well, my call for this week is, I saw on an MLF release that Spencer Sheffield was DQ'd after a comprehensive investigation into alleged rules violations at the Bass Pro Tour Stage 5 on Cayuga Lake earlier this year. It was for removing a hook in a bass that was caught while sight fishing before his MLF official could verify the fish was caught in the mouth. It's a big deal that you don't, snag a fish. I mean, it's a big deal you catch it in the mouth. I'm anxious to see how this plays out. That'd be a tough pill to swallow.
Well, I mean, look, and I don't know anything about it. I don't know, but if that's a rule, that it must be verified by the observer or the marshal in the boat. And,
correct.
Now there may be more to it. And
well,
who knows?
Like I say, this is pretty much what I read, and we hate it for Spencer. He's an Arkansas guy, but go on down the road with it, and maybe he'll win him another tournament.
20 years ago, there was a potential world record bass caught on Lake Dixon, the famous Dottie, so named because of the large spot on the fish. And it will, I think she unofficially, not on a certified scale, weighed 25 pounds.
Yeah.
Which would have crushed the record.
Yeah.
And these were guys that were well known. They were chasing records in Southern California for years. Monty Burt wrote about them in the book Sow Belly, but they did not submit it for a record because they were bed fishing in about 20 feet of water on a jig and got it on the outside of the mouth. So
I know you got a couple here.
I got one. It's pretty well. I got maybe two. Did you see the story about this Australian man adrift in the Pacific for 3 months with his dog and was rescued?
I saw that
by
today.
a Mexican tuna boat after being adrift at sea with his dog for 3 months.
Yeah, and listen,
3 months.
Was the dog rescued?
Yeah, the dog was rescued.
The dog was a rescue.
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah, I will come as no surprise to anybody who spent time in Mexico that this dog just latched onto him as he was walking the streets.
But
and he said he tried to rehome it like 3 times and it kept following him back onto his catamaran.
And the thing that I find interesting about that too is when they rescued him, he said, "I hadn't had much to eat in a while." I thought that. I mean, that was one of the quotes. He said,
Timothy Lindsay Shaddock, 54 years old, his dog Bella. They left Manzanillo, Mexico, that's where they brought him in. They left La Paz, which is on Baja, and shortly after he was headed for French Polynesia on his catamaran. Shortly after setting sail, storm knocked out all of his electronics, and he was dead in the water, just out there floating. But he and Bella survived on rainwater and raw fish. They had drifted about 1,200 miles.
Wow.
That's where he was spotted, at least 1,200 miles from shore.
Wow!
After about 3 months at sea.
That'd
What an
take
amazing
almost all
story
day to swim that far. I'd guess.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a
you
that's
got,
a
you got
keeper.
anything? Do you have one?
I got a keeper. Graham Shaw from Missoula, Montana, earlier this month caught a 14-pound rainbow trout in the White River.
Oh, right here in the White River.
In the White River here.
So the Montanans are coming to Arkansas to catch big trout.
Beautiful fish. Yeah, that's a monster rainbow.
Yeah, great keep. Well, I got one more keeper, and his name is Rich Cosgrove. I mean,
watch out.
He brings us whole hog North Little Rock ribs, keeps Damon happy, and he brings Foster's oil cans.
Here, Mike.
Cheers. Here's to you, Rich.
And
Here's
to you, my friend.
There you go. That's your keepers and calls. Thank you to our friends at Battery Outfitters for sponsoring that segment.
Yeah, and
Stephen Heron over there, always a keeper as well.
I got to tell you something. That guy, if you hadn't been in there, you need to go in just to see some of the select. I mean, they have some really cool stuff in there besides batteries. So.
Yeah. You know what I got to do over there that they do that's super cool? They recycle batteries. I've got a drawer full of batteries that need to be recycled.
I got something to tell you that I did the other day. You'll like this.
Okay. Well, Mark, did you see the way he perked up, Rich?
Yeah, he's on fire.
I ordered some jigs from my buddy Jared Pridmore. Jared builds jigs for, and I said, man, I want a specific color football head, certain weight, and I want you to build. I want these colors in it, but I want you to throw an extra little color in, maybe 4 or 5 strands, just see if it works. He's all right. I'll do that. So I called him, and he called me and said, your jigs are ready. So I'll drive to Conway and get them. So I meet him in Conway. Cindy's driving, and we're talking, and he notices a little, ding in my wife's car window, just a tiny one. And he also owns a Precision Auto Glass. He travels all over the country out there fixing people's windows. And he goes, I can fix that. And he just takes this little deal out, walks over the window, puts some stuff to it. So not only did I get a jig that on the first cast with the new color, I caught a fish, but he also repaired my wife's window.
Man,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
how many times can you tell that story?
Yeah, you can't.
That's why.
So I appreciate Jared for doing that. I mean, it was I can't wait to go test those jigs out again here. So,
we were talking about cool places. And,
so thanks, Jared.
And I was mentioned off the top of the show, Mark. You asked me where I was last week, and I'd gone up to shoot some interviews on at Norfolk, at the confluence of the Norfolk,
and this is in your
tailwaters. In my capacity with the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission.
Right.
And Forrest Talley, who works with me at Game and Fish, he had never been to Dry Run Creek, and so
he looks like he's 12.
he might could get away.
Yeah, he got that beard.
I didn't say it for us. That was Mark. That was Mark that said that. No, we went. You know what's so cool about it in a lot of ways? Number one, there's canopy over the whole thing.
Yes.
It's cold water coming out of the Norfolk National Fish Hatchery there. But when you walk down there and stand next to the water, it is at least 3 or 4 degrees cooler. Although I can't fish there, it's only for youth anglers under the age of 16 and mobility impaired anglers. And mobility impaired anglers must be actually licensed as a mobility impaired angler, and they have to stay on the platforms there that are made to help them access the area. But even if you can't fish, we spent 15 minutes there just looking. It's like going to an aquarium, man. I mean, and there's like 24 to 30-inch trout swimming around in there, Rich. It is unbelievable. We'll talk more about that and other cool places to fish in Arkansas this time of year right after this break.
The Wild Side Outdoor Report is brought to you by West Rock Landing, your gateway to fishing and fun on Lake Maumelle.
You know, Trey, if there ever was a wild one, Iggy Pop probably has to be a wild one. Wouldn't you say, Rich?
Where'd you come up with that?
I mean, a wild child, Iggy Pop. You know, I'm a real wild one. Come on now, little bumper music there.
Remind me to tell you something Patty Smith said about Iggy Pop after we get off the air.
All right.
Off the air.
Yeah.
Is that it? Oh, dang.
So what are we doing here, Trey? Tell me what we're doing.
It is the West Rock Landing Outdoor Report, Mark.
That's great. Let's do it.
I played it already.
Okay, I know.
Yeah.
Did you have anything you want
No,
to
I got you do the outdoor report.
I know. I just
For
thought
Christ's sake, we've been doing the show for 4 years. I've never done the outdoor report.
But I just thought you had said you had a little something. Oh, that's going to be in a tip.
That's
your
a tip of the week.
Okay, I misunderstood.
I'm
sorry.
just messing with you, Mark.
Roll tape.
Yeah, a few weeks ago we talked about, with all the rains coming, it might be a good time to go down to Crater of Diamond State Park and dig around for some diamonds. Usually after big rains, it exposes the diamonds. Well, a couple of weeks ago, rains did come, and our friend Brad Newton and his wife Kathy. Brad is the chief mechanic at Trader Bill's in
Hot Springs.
I mean, the guy can fix a lead ball with a rubber hammer. I mean, he can fix anything. And Brad and his wife found a 34-point diamond at Crater of Diamond State Park. So I wanted to give Brad a shout out. And there were others found too. I mean, there was other
did
people.
Brad give you credit for sending him down there? You were talking before with all the rain in the forecast, or do you get like a 10% fee if they sell this diamond because of your recommendation?
No. And I tell people to do a lot of things. Like go try this.
You should have heard what he told me to do during the break.
but I mean, I'll and a lot of them don't pan out. No pun intended. But it did for.
I think it was fully intended, Rich. What do you think?
It did for Brad and his wife Kathy. So congratulations to them on their find, and for all the other people that found them up there. And if we got some more rains coming in the near future, head back down there, and you can check their website out when they till up the ground and stuff. So it'd be a lot of fun. Wait till it cools down though. And then the West Rock Landing at Lake Maumelle Tuesday night tournament out in West Little Rock on Lake Maumelle. Randy Sugg and Anthony Farnham, who substituted for Randy's partner, they had 1488 last week, got first place. Matt Hedrick and Brandon Crane were second, 1463 with a big bass of 501.
Oh, they were close.
Yeah,
that was close.
Quarter of a pound.
20.21.
Quarter of a pound, 0.25.
4 ounces.
Yeah, we don't require math to be on the show, Trey.
Well, I use standard English.
Yeah.
I don't use a decimal system when we're talking about
I do Chisenbach.
Standard weight.
I'm a Chisenbach guy.
If you did kilograms, that would be fine to do point something.
Yeah, but and then
I don't get the points with pounds.
And Woolley and Nestorenko, who are always, Andrew Woolley and
are they still leading the points? Or
they're there. They're a couple of pounds ahead in the points right now. But they had 1376 for third place, and that's really good. Then we had Randall Clark and Ben Burke. They had fourth with 1365. So pretty darn tight. Less than a pound a quarter separated first and fourth.
That's pretty awesome. The great thing about that Tuesday night tournament at West Rock Landing at Lake Maumelle is that we can talk mad trash about anybody that fishes it. They're not going to hear us. They're on the water right now. So
and the following, not next week, but the following week, it's back to Derby dogs, Trey.
Oh, you're not doing any Derby dogs next week?
Yeah, not next week. It's the first Tuesday each month. So it's the following is Derby dogs. So.
Derby dogs. You got any hot dog fishing or cooking tips?
Hot dog cooking tips?
Do you know what kind of hot dogs we like?
Nathan's.
No? I like Nathan. I like those Members Mark, dude.
Oh yeah. You turned me on to those.
Those are the best.
Great.
I thought that was like a bad jacket made out of parachute material from the 80s.
I just can't resist a dog. I mean,
that's members only. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Listen.
Dog.
But that's the West Rock Landing at Lake Maumelle outdoor report for today.
All right. That's all you got there.
That's it, dude.
It seems like I might have had something to add to the report, but I can't remember what it was.
I don't
know. Rich brought Foster's,
so
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, it was like I say, go get out. Night tournaments are the way to go right now. They fish till 10 o'clock out there. Other tournaments may go a little later elsewhere, but I know they have one on the river this week. Goes from I believe 6 to 9.
Yeah,
the TNT.
Hey, you were talking, Mark, about all that rain.
Yes.
And, we've been talking trout fishing and places to beat the heat, Beaver Tailwater, Bull Shoals, North Fork, Little Red. But, with the rain we've had, the fishing ought to be pretty damn good for smallmouth on some of our Ozark and Ouachita streams. Of course, you can always catch them this time of year, but that water gets pretty hot.
Yeah.
And I think, the metabolism slows down a little bit. It may be harder to get the bites, but when you get these flushes, or that fresh water, that running water is going to be a little bit cooler. It's going to be a little bit
Washes
more
nutrients and
oxygenated.
washes a lot of food.
Nutrients. Yeah. You get maybe blooms of some of these bugs and invertebrates and things like that in there. And so don't overlook those, especially right now, because, it's, if you look back at the last few summers, we've had some pretty good fishing and floating, paddling, canoeing, kayaking opportunities on into the summertime because of some of these pretty substantial rains we've been having.
And I like fishing those little run-ins. If you're on a river and you see a run-in, and you've got a little discolored water coming in, maybe and it's hitting the crystal clear river, and you see that little bit of discolored water, fire your bait up in there, because a lot of times they're in that dark water looking to ambush.
Rich, do you hit some of those creeks from time to time?
One of my favorites, Boswell Shoals on the White River. You've got within about 100 yards, you've got 3 spring-fed creeks coming in at 60, 70 degree water coming into that 40 degree water, creates its own ecosystem.
Sure.
And yes, they're swarming. The trout love that. Yeah.
I've been to lakes before where guys come in with just massive numbers of bass, in the summer, and they'll have they're sitting on one spot and they're catching them, and there may be a spring, it may make the water 2 or 3 degrees different. But
this time of year when you got when your water temperatures, even in those streams, and there's some in Southwest Arkansas, it'll be well into the 90s, but when you got 57, 58 degree water coming out from the ground, obviously that's going to create a system, like Rich said, almost a unique ecosystem. But the other thing, don't forget about those places in the wintertime if you're smallmouth fishing, because, you're fishing 40, 45 degree water, and then all of a sudden that's 12, 15 degrees warmer than the existing water. Guess where the fish are going to be?
And, it's interesting.
Best fishing in the world, January.
Yeah, I love winter fishing. But the thing that I also find on Lake Maumelle, for instance, there's a couple you can see them, and I know there's got to be more underwater that you can't see. You can see them probably with live scope better now. But there's a couple of just looks like a underwater foundation. What they are is they're probably a pump house used to go on that, just a big slab.
Yeah, well, there used to be a well.
Yeah, and then there's a slab, then right around the corner from it, there's another slab, and it's got a big square hole in it. And that can only be one thing. That was where the well was. And you really, it's hard. It's close to the shore, and it's very shallow, so it's hard to get in to when it's the water's low. But you got to think this time of year, that water coming out of that well's got to be, make that water 3, 4, 5 degrees cooler. Those fish are going to hang around there, and you can catch a lot of nice fish around those. So look for that.
All kinds of info and tips, not only about staying cool while you're fishing in the Arkansas heat, but where to find them.
Yeah.
Info you can only get on this outdoor radio show.
Yeah.
Hey, stick around. One more segment of the Wild Side coming up right after this break.
It's the All About Tire and Brake tip of the week. All About Tire and Brake, because you deserve hassle-free service.
All right, Mark. I've mentioned it once or twice already, but I just can't get over Dry Run Creek. So your All About Tire and Brake tip of the week this week is take your kids to Dry Run Creek right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're out of school. If you can get off work early or go in late or take a day, look.
Talk about the fish, Trey.
Rich, it's unbelievable. I can't even fish there. You know, I've taken my kids there when they were younger. I took my granddaughter, one of them, there last year, caught her first trout and on a fly rod, caught a couple. It was awesome. But I mean, even though I've been there 100 times, I take one of my coworkers at Arkansas Game and Fish, and we were up there shooting some interviews last week and just stopped by Dry Run Creek so he could see it. I mean, it's like I'm giddy, man. I mean, I'm just like geeking out because you walk up there and you see, 50, 12 to 16 inch rainbows in a pod and like, the first little pool that you walk up to there. And then you kind of start looking around and you say, oh, look, there's a 20-inch rainbow or a 24-inch brown. And then I look over and I'm not exaggerating. There is a brown trout that's every bit of 30 inches just hanging out in there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I got video. I'll show you on my phone. And you know how many people were fishing? This was the middle of the day, and I get it. It's summertime, but Quarry Park across the highway there, there's still a lot of people camping, and RV pads and things like that. There were 2 other vehicles in the parking lot when I pulled up.
What?
One of them was just a family that was kind of having a picnic on a table right there under a tree. One person, one kid fishing on Dry Run Creek. So that's my point. I mean, it may be, as far as density of trout in a small area, it may be the best place to trout fish in the world, on planet Earth.
Thrown down.
Yeah, I'll drive. You just point the way. We'll get our.
So I can drink Foster oil cans on the way up,
man. I'm the driver. I'll always be the
let's
driver.
do that. We got it. You get Cammie, I'll get Kennedy, and you know what? Who I really ought to take is Autumn.
Yeah,
because you fished with Autumn.
Yeah.
She's game for whatever.
Yeah, Autumn likes
but
it.
she won't be able to fish it anymore come March 1st of next year because she'll be 16 years old.
Let's take Autumn and Cameron. Let's do that.
That'll be fun. That'll be a big
And-
time.
and-
You
and-
got to get that. That's your all about
could
tire
probably
break
help
tip of the week.
Autumn could help Cammie out.
Oh yeah, no, she's really good with kids.
Yeah,
too,
and she's
so.
she could help when we can't. So that would be nice.
Oh yeah, like she could actually help
Help
cast and
all
stuff
that
like
for it.
right.
She could help Cammie when we
I like
can't.
the way you're thinking, Hedrick.
Well, I want them all to catch a fish. I mean, listen, there's a whole. It's just I can remember. I've still got the first fish I've ever caught. My granddad mounted it for me. It was a little red ear brim. Got it on a board. I look at it. I'm still proud of it. I mean, I can remember catching that brim. I can remember losing a big bass when I was 7 or 8 years old and thought the end of the world. I remember my son losing a big. I can remember. Those are memories that you just don't flush, and you gotta do it now, because if you don't do it while they're young, once they get that car and start driving, and
it's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
So give them, do it now while you got a shot.
I'll tell you a great story talking about that. My son Chase, who we've talked about here on the show, he's an artist, does tattoos out in Denver. He did the mural up at the Ozark Highlands Nature Center in Springdale on a wall of one of the buildings there. But we fished and hunted a lot when he was young, but he kind of drifted away from it as a teenager, as they do. But being out in Colorado, he picked up fly fishing. Last week he sends me, we texted back and forth for like 30 minutes as he's telling me this story about fishing in Alpine Lake. And he's just saying they fished for 4 or 5 hours, didn't catch a thing, winds howling 40 miles an hour. And so they were about to give up. And then they went to a little inlet of the lake to get out of the wind, changed flies. He said they caught them all day. We're giving other people that they ran into flies that were getting skunked, and then they started catching them. talking about taking your kids fishing. That I mean, now that he's telling me stories, like that, it's the dividends that are getting paid
No
off of
doubt,
those investments we made on the water many, many years ago.
And it's I will tell you, it's cheaper than rehab. It really is. I mean, you get out there with your family and your kids and fish. I mean, you'll learn more about your kids. I've said it before. You'll learn more about your kids in a golf cart with them or in a fishing boat where they've got 4 or 5 hours they just got to give you, and you go out and just enjoy yourself. It's about, and then like I say, they learn stewardship, and that's what we all want.
How lucky are we to live in a place like Arkansas where we have all these opportunities? I mean, whether you like to fish for largemouth or smallmouth or catfish or brim or crappie,
alligator,
or
gar,
trout or gar, bowfin.
Speaking of gar, I watched them school. I watched gar schooling on Lake Maumelle Sunday. Giants, I'm talking 3 and 4
Let's go.
feet.
Call me the next time that happens, and I'll meet you at the dock like I did 22 years ago when we first met. I'll bring my fly rod and a piece of nylon rope.
I bet I
them.
could take you out there Thursday and show you right where they are.
Bring a strong pair of pliers, my friend,
Yes,
if you
sir.
want to disengage.
It has been a good time, Rich Cosgrove. Thanks for bringing us some whole hog North Little Rock barbecue and a Foster's oil can for me. For Damon Poole, Mark Hedrick, and Rich Cosgrove, I'm Trey Reed. We'll talk to you next week right here on The Wild Side.